to waste, I'm on a death watch. Wiping out the enemy is the next stop. 10K bounty, thoughts not cloudy. Chainsaw, make your brains raw, don't doubt me. Put your life on the line to survive. This game of death, you must thrive. Stay clear, cause the world is mine. And the right fist backs every word of my line. Attack on sight, red, black, white is all that is needed. Delivering a beating, face all bleeding. You no longer breathing, stop sign for your eye, life is depleting. Call me a heathen, this mad world is feeding. My appetite for destruction and my reason is the last. You're feeling my drip, if you don't, you can feel your chest cavity split. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. Now take your last breath. No one can be trusted. Get your face busted. The result is a fatal concussion. Organ combustion. Metal spike thrusting. Through your back jack has no time for discussion. Spike back busting. Man doors cushion. Through your flesh is a mess while I'm pushing your body in a trash can. Who will be the last man? Ask me. I reply jack while I'm bashing your head in. Homicide veteran psycho. If you and me think you might go crazy. Loony, schizo, better get insane. Now I must come and cause pain. The price on my brain is at $10,000. Don't let the chainsaw stop ya. I slice through similar to a surgeon. This is my world and I'm still here lurking. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. Now take your last. No time to waste, I'm on a death watch. Wiping out the enemy is the next stop. 10K bounty, thoughts not cloudy. Chainsaw, make your brains raw, don't doubt me. Put your life on the line to survive. This game of death, you must thrive. Stay clear, cause the world is mine. And the right fist backs every word of my line. Attack on sight, red, black, white is all that is needed. Delivering a beating, face all bleeding. You no longer breathing, stop sign for your eye, life is depleting. Call me a heathen, this mad world is feeding. My appetite for destruction and my reason is the last. You're feeling my drip, if you don't, you can feel your chest cavity split. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. No waste, I'm on a death watch. Wiping out the enemy is the next stop. 10K bounty, thoughts not cloudy. Chainsaw, make your brains raw, don't doubt me. Put your life on the line to survive. This game of death, you must thrive. Stay clear, cause the world is mine. And the right fist backs every word of my line. Attack on sight, red, black, white is all that is needed. Delivering a beating, face all bleeding. You no longer breathing, stop sign for your eye, life is depleting. Call me a heathen, this mad world is feeding. My appetite for destruction and my reason is the last. You're feeling my drip, if you don't, you can feel your chest cavity split. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. Now take your last breath. No one can be trusted. Get your face busted. The result is a fatal concussion. Organ combustion. Metal spike thrusting. Through your back jack has no time for discussion. Spike back busting. Man doors cushion. Through your flesh is a mess while I'm pushing your body in a trash can. Who will be the last man? Ask me. I reply jack while I'm bashing your head in. Homicide veteran psycho. If you and me think you might go crazy. Loony, schizo, better get insane. Now I must come and cause pain. The price on my brain is at $10,000. Don't let the chainsaw stop ya. I slice through similar to a surgeon. This is my world and I'm still here lurking. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. Now take your last. No time to waste, I'm on a death watch. Wiping out the enemy is the next stop. 10K bounty, thoughts not cloudy. Chainsaw, make your brains raw, don't doubt me. Put your life on the line to survive. This game of death, you must thrive. Stay clear, cause the world is mine. And the right fist backs every word of my line. Attack on sight, red, black, white is all that is needed. Delivering a beating, face all bleeding. You no longer breathing, stop sign for your eye, life is depleting. Call me a heathen, this mad world is feeding. My appetite for destruction and my reason is the last. You're feeling my drip, if you don't, you can feel your chest cavity split. It's a mad world. Better watch your step. It's a mad world. A lunatic now get like me. It's a rap by the count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, no cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's Defo sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the rhythm city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, be Jamaica, and these boss on the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Look around, tell me what do you see? A lunatic now get like me. It's a rap by the count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's Defo sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the rhythm city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, be Jamaica, and these boss on the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Look around, tell me what do you see? A lunatic now get like me. It's a rap by the count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's Defo sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the rhythm city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, be Jamaica, and these boss on the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these dudes now, ain't that funny? Look around, tell me what do you see? A lunatic now get like me. It's a rap by the count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, more cash about in this game.
Alrighty. I had to rush a little, but we are live once again. I just have to make sure of one thing. Let me just grab this in a new tab. Okay, this looks fine. Alright, there we go. I don't know why the timer did that. Alrighty, I just have a little bit of a setup here to do. Just a little more. A little more. Alrighty, we should be good. And of course I gotta... Okay, now I just have to send the messages, but let's see who we have here so far. Satanar, For No Raisin, how you guys doing? Whew, apologies, I guess I am in a bit of a rush, huh? And then lastly, I just have this to post. Oh man, what a week! What a week! I tell you what. Chronicle will be streaming in about 20 minutes. Ah, damn. Bad timing on my end, huh? I see. I just wrapped up eating dinner. A bit of a late dinner tonight. Pretty good. But now I'm here. We'll get started proper in a few minutes. I'm just gotta make sure I have all the... sometimes the streams can be like this sometimes. They just take a little bit to kind of ramp up, but that's I see you're doing well, Sultanar. I'm doing pretty good myself. Pretty interesting week, if I say so myself. At the same time, this is also the first ScurvyRum show episode post baptism, so I'm really excited for that, and we're getting into quite the meaty topic, especially for a stream like this, you know. But yeah, I'm just gonna check my notifications, and then we should be good. I just finished eating my leftovers from dinner myself. I made a Spanish chorizo and potato stew. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds real good. Oh, man. Sorry, I just had to clean my teeth a little. Alrighty. We're good now. We're good now, so, I guess I could do a little bit of a preamble. Why not? So, tonight's stream, we're going to be exploring the topic of lust and why it's easily one of the worst sins. I mean, there's a reason why it's one of the 7 deadly sins. And there's so many different layers and facets to it, and it's like sometimes it even applies in the realm of marriage too. And so I found that to be pretty interesting. And then also you see it in so many different forms online, whether it's simping or people blatantly talking about the kinds of pornography they watch. We're gonna cover all sorts of different kinds of it, and at around 9:30, so 2 hours from now, I'm gonna have a guest on. I reached out to the people in the Christian content creator community, C4 as we call it, and basically somebody was interested, and I'll have him on at around 9:30. So, in the words of Badlands Chugs, enough talk. I don't know why my motto glitched out there for a second. Alrighty. So I found this video in my recommended, not that long ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. And it's a video called How Porn Hijacked a Generation from the Chi Code. So let's get started. I'm interested. Let's see what it has to say.
Every second, over 28,000
Wait, hold on. Let me just turn down the volume a little bit.
people press play.
It's one of the fastest moving, most global experiments ever unconsciously conducted.
Since the start of this video, hundreds of thousands more have joined them.
It's a surfeit of hedonistic pleasure.
Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you tell yourself, it's harmless. Everybody does it. It's just entertainment.
Oh, not me. Not me.
Must have been terribly hard. It was. I felt completely alienated by not just the world, but my family and the people around me.
I already see, but I wonder why. I wonder why that's the case, Miss Khalifa. I wonder why. It's not like people haven't cataloged your online behavior since you quote-unquote stopped.
But what if it's not?
There's so much access, and I'm worried about that for young people too.
What if, beneath the surface, something much bigger is happening?
I realized myself going on it more and more frequently.
It started to change the way I saw people.
Something that most people never stop to think about.
Sorry.
Oh, don't cry.
$1 billion industry.
I do think there is the aspect of they do make they do make the choice at the end of the day, especially the more known actors. I do know that there is the issue of trafficking. I forget the exact number, but there's a good chance that the actors in those types of videos could be trafficked. I think it's a pretty high number to my knowledge. It's not 100% or 70. I think it's around the 50s or the 60s, maybe 40s, if I can recall, somewhere in that range. So if you're out, so if you're prowling the hub for stuff, for degenerate shit to watch, there's a good chance that you could be watching somebody who was trafficked into that position. But for the people who willfully joined the industry, willfully signed those contracts, thinking that it's like a big break, they'll have a big break, they'll have money. If you're attractive enough, and if you're a guy, if you're ripped enough, you'll make it. But there is a cost. There absolutely is a cost to partaking in such a thing, and that cost comes with your soul. You pay it's both the viewer and the actor pay with their soul. Again, it's in regards to that saying, if the product's free, there's something else they're taking, and what they're taking is a piece of your soul bit by bit. I know about a year, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, when I was still an atheist, I didn't really think of it like that because I didn't really have a good concept of the soul. I think I have a bit of a better one now that I'm a Christian, but for sure, it's you sacrifice, absolutely, you pay with something else, and it ain't money, but I'm sure we'll get to OF content soon, and we'll discuss the price and what that does to people.
With one simple goal, to keep you coming back.
We live in a pornographic culture.
And whether you realize it or not, you're already part of the machine. Whether it's the music you listen to or the content you watch, they will find a way to get you.
You start out with tame stuff.
Oh, by the way, let's see, I didn't read your comment before. Also, congratulations on the baptism. Thank you, Satanar. Dusty, how are ya? Aut Caesar, aut nihil, hic abundant leons. That's Latin. I don't know how to speak Latin, Dusty. Anyways, let's see. Is my motto acting funny? Nah. I thought my motto was acting funny. I guess it was a little. But basically, as I was saying, YouTube allows some of the most ratchet-ass music videos on the platform, yet they can't handle... They'll take down somebody's entire channel because they said hurty words 16 times.
And little by little, you go up to more and more extreme acts.
So the real question isn't whether you've seen it, it's whether you've ever stopped to wonder, how did we get here?
I've lost my whole family.
Oy vey, I wonder how we got here.
Oy vey!
Already. It naturally comes with the subject. Let's see. I think I have the quote here somewhere. I just have to browse through my files. Let's see. Should be art. ScurvyRum memes. Where is it? Where's that infamous Al Goldstein quote that YouTube doesn't like me to say? So, if you don't know who Al Goldstein is, I have a screenshot of his Wikipedia page right here with the highlighted relevant information. Alvin Goldstein was an American pornographer, best known for helping normalize hardcore pornography in the United States. In his book XXX Communicated, A Rebel Without a Shul, Luke Ford wrote about a conversation with Goldstein in which Ford asked Goldstein why Jews were dramatically overrepresented in the porn industry. He answered, this is the quote right here, "The only reason that Jews are in pornography is because we think that Christ sucks. Catholicism sucks. We don't believe in authoritarianism." Hey, does that remind you of anybody? The "we don't believe in authoritarianism" line? Does that remind you of anyone? Dusty, maybe? No, I'm not saying it's about something you said, Dusty. It's about a certain individual who we like to rip on. Pornography thus becoming a way of defiling Christian culture, and as it penetrates to the very heart of American mainstream, and no doubt consumed by those very same WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, its subversive character becomes more charged. Rev, that reminds you of Rev? I mean, yeah, Rev does spout the, we're against authoritarianism bullshit, but I was thinking more so of V. V loves talking about that. I thought that quote reminded me more of V than Rev. Because, V is a pornographer. He's making a fucking porn game. Or did he already make it? But, yeah, that's the infamous quote. From, that I'm not really allowed to read. But that's the reason why pornography is so prevalent. That's the reason why pornography is so prevalent across America. Let's get back to what this whore has to say.
Really hard.
Sorry.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not a good clip to use there, my friend. Of that Lily Phillips whore? No. That was an act. That was all an act. That was absolutely fake crying right there. I remember when that whole thing, was happening. Again, that whole documentary that was made was just to promote her OnlyFans. Keep in mind, she still is doing all this and is, quote-unquote, having a blast. Disgusting. Truly disgusting.
Welcome to the world of internet
Pornography.
5,000 years ago, in Mesopotamia, naked figures were carved into clay and then buried in the dirt. 1839, photography is born.
A shoeshine boy and his customer were the first people to be photographically recorded.
And almost instantly, someone turns the lens towards a naked woman. A single image pressed into metal. Rare, expensive, and usually kept hidden.
I do understand the whole argument of artistic nudity, and that's existed for a while. Like, I don't think people have a problem with that. Like, I think it just depends on, it's like, clearly in terms of that, it's like, you look at like, that famous painting of Adam reaching out to God, right? That's not supposed to be arousing. If you get aroused by that, you have a fucking problem. But for the most part, especially in today's time, yeah, I would say that most things absolutely do not need to have any sort of lewd imagery or outright nudity. It's just not needed. Like, it doesn't add anything, especially if it's just like a sex scene. It's like, that doesn't add anything. Like, you don't need to show the characters having sex. Like, this is actually a criticism I have of the recent panty and stocking series. It's like, it's like, no, I don't need to see Panny having sex. It's not necessary. I think it's Studio Trigger being a bunch of horny bastards. The same, a lot of those scenes can work out the same way if you just make it overt that they had sex, not actually show the act. That's a little different. But really, you don't need to have nude scenes in anything, really. That's my overall point.
1953, Playboy. 50,000 copies sold. What was once hidden now sat on shelves.
When Playboy began, the limit in terms of circulation of a special...
Scurvy, your rants on Canadian liberals. Whoa, that's a different subject for another day. I can, and I probably have. My thoughts on that are similar to American liberals, but like what Dusty said, don't fucking start. Don't get me fucking started, man.
Specialized magazine was a few 100,000. Now it's obvious it's possible today to put out a book and have a circulation of many millions.
Hey, Ralph, how much is a copy of Morgan?
And look, I understand if there's a will, there's a way. But at the same time, some people really don't want to think it's like, maybe we shouldn't do this. What if there's some real ramifications to doing all this? Especially in regards to pornography, but we all know who runs the porn industry. Don't spoil Panty and Stocking Season 2. I've been waiting literally since the first season ended for Season 2. I doubt you will, but I don't want to hear anything about it until I actually watch it. Gotcha. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that to kind of help my point out. Like, just one little thing. But I'm not spoiling, like, any story or any specific episode. But yeah, no spoilers here.
I guess. Just put them in a bag, will you? What?
1980s, VHS brings it home.
When they popped in a VHS tape that the regular history teacher had left for the class. What was on that tape?
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier with Mr. Al Goldstein. I wonder how pornography was able to circulate via VHS.
Now has the regular teacher in some serious trouble.
Late night TV blurs the lines even further.
I just wanted to know what you use on your legs. Do you use any cream or anything like that? Because it looks so silky and so soft.
Then, the internet. It all goes downhill.
There's like that song from like a musical. It's a really funny song, and there's like a WoW machinima that was made of it. It's like the internet is for porn. Like that song is supposed to be like satirical, but it's very literal now.
From here. There was a time when the internet felt innocent. YouTube was cat videos, birthday surprises, and epic fails. It wasn't about...
Yeah. I remember old YouTube. Back when everybody wasn't so fucking money hungry. Back when, cringe was actually, back then, cringe wasn't so heavily punished as it is now. And it's not because of, like, somebody said a bad take or whatnot. It's more or less just like, people actually got to be creative, and we're never going to have that time period back. The internet it's way too sexualized, and it's also way too sanitized at the same time. And believe it or not, those two aspects actually play like a hand at both of them, because you have a lot of content that is just like, it's basically just softcore porn. But then it's also the fact that truly creative things can't really be made on YouTube anymore. Truly, like, transgressive, satirical, parody, all that stuff can't really be made on current YouTube. It's just, it takes too much time, too much effort, and the payout for it is very little. So it's just better. It's just better to make slop. And that's what proliferates the internet right now, is slop.
About going viral. It was about sharing moments.
Alright, so here we are in front of the elephant, and that's pretty much all there is to say.
Yeah, exactly. You had a lot of videos like this, like that were all over old YouTube. And also, the fun part about old YouTube was it's like, to quote Emperor Lemon, you got to find some really good videos, but also some really like horrible, shitty videos at the same time. It was a mixed bag in the ultimate sense of the term. Like browsing for videos was actually truly an experience. And that's gone now. Again, and the reason why that's gone is because the internet is far too sexualized and far too sanitized.
Then came Instagram.
Instagram allows users to share and alter photos taken with their mobile phones.
You can also take a new picture, change it up, and then easily share it with friends.
But in 2012, Facebook bought it, and everything changed.
Instagram, a company with only 13 employees, bought today by Facebook.
That's honestly, I'm glad that he does mention Instagram, because if you're only on like the mainstream side of Instagram, you're not scrolling through Instagram Reels where you could find the most racist and funny memes on the internet. If you're just on the mainstream side of Instagram, yeah, that is like absolutely a drug for women. And and the way that ecosystem works, it incentivizes women to post bikini pics because that's what gets the most attention. And again, for the modern woman, attention absolutely is a drug.
For $1 billion.
Because now the goal, it wasn't just connection, it was growth.
And when you look at a company bought for $1 billion that has no revenue, it's a free service, you have to step back and say, whoa, wait a second. What's this all about?
Instagram regularly recommends sexual videos to teenage accounts that appear interested in racy content.
And by the time TikTok had...
Oh boy, I remember when that whole shebang was going down. Not a pleasant time to be an Instagram user, that's for sure. And I haven't used Instagram in many years, and I don't plan on using it. Even for Reels. Basically, Instagram got into some serious fucking trouble for that, and they had to basically rework their algorithm so that way, teens are not being suggested borderline pornography.
Arrived, the game had changed completely.
Every interaction you have with a video trains it more on your preferences, and because those videos are so short, it can gather a lot of data about you very quickly.
What started as dance trends and lip syncs quickly became something else. I mean, today, the average feed is flooded with content that's not quite porn, but not that far off either.
It's everywhere. And I never realized until my husband.
Oh, it's Candace Owens and, what's his name? Hey, I know his name is Ian.
Said, I was like, why don't you want to be on social media? He's like, because it's all softcore porn.
Yeah. Open Instagram, scroll through TikTok.
Yep. Bikinis, tight gym wear. I've mentioned the whole, don't stare at me, boys, phenomenon at the gym, like back in 2023. I remember when that was a content meta that women used to do. Some of them still try to hop on that meta. It's a little late now. Sorry, Becky, 30-year-old Becky. That guy who walked past your tripod, he wasn't looking at you inappropriately. He was not. Kizo, what's up? Evening to you as well. And then, don't get me started on that Sabrina Carpenter whore. She is quite literally the epitome of, like, nobody actually cares about her music. All the discussion about her is, it's either her, her physique, or it's her stance, or it's her being an uber feminist. who hates men, but has all sorts of cover art of her doing all sorts of inappropriate gestures for an album cover. And then don't forget, in the same breath as she, for an album art cover, she's down on her knees about to suck something off. And then, the same breath she says, I hate men. I don't exist for your pleasure. And before she goes, gluck, gluck. Hypocrisy. But that's women for you. I'm about to stream some separate ways on classic Resident Evil 4 on Discord. Oh, that's cool.
Watch a few music videos. Within minutes, you'll see it. Fitness content, fashion hauls, dance trends. It's very subtle. Not explicit enough to be flagged, but provocative enough to hold your attention.
I'm trying to get a...
Exactly. You said it exactly, my friend. It's and these women know what they're doing. They absolutely do. They know what they're doing. They know who their audience is. That's why they record these dance videos in the first place. It is a the pornography problem. It's both a male and a female issue. Women being, I do think women are more to blame for it, considering these days they're the ones who are producing it. I mean, have we forgotten about OnlyFans and how the majority of content creators there are women, but the majority of users are the men? And don't get me wrong, simping is absolutely a fucking problem. That is a male problem. Again, the majority of simps are men, but the majority of the producers of these videos are women. It is a two-pronged problem, and they both require some different solutions. Of course, there's always a solution for the guy. Just stop paying for this shit. Stop watching it. Repent and turn to Christ. I re-downloaded it recently and finished the campaign. Doing separate ways to unlock a gun for New Game Plus, which is broken. I see. But as I was saying, the issue with this shit, it's like it is a rather vicious cycle. And again, it is a cycle that both parties consent to. Again, for what I mean by that, I'm not talking about the people who have been trafficked to be in pornographic videos. Not talking about that. That's a different issue entirely. We're talking about the people who voluntarily create the content and engage with the content.
Away from that, but every time I open my phone, I see something sexual and bro, it makes it 10 times harder.
You see, platforms run on algorithms. Algorithms chase engagement. Engagement skyrockets.
So yeah, you have this video right here. She's deliberately shaking her ass, wearing some tight pants, tight shirt, kind of tight shirt. The whole this right here is, and even then you could see you have the chef profile right here. It's like, oh, how to cook chicken, 4 likes, not a lot of views, 2 comments. And then you have the Instathought profile on the right, 408 likes, comment, click the spicy link in my bio, view all 56 comments. Like, clearly, this is just a gateway to her adult content. Why do you think she's doing all the little gestures, making the funny little faces, even bending the angles that she's bending? She knows exactly what she's doing. And yeah, I know women are like, oh, don't objectify me. Bitch, you're objectifying yourself. You're only contributing to the male loneliness epidemic, which you despise so much. Because it's clear that you want these guys' attention. You actually want to try to... You actually want positive male attention. But the feminist part of your brain is telling you to just ignore that. Keep doing this and keep getting money off desperate lonely simps, and then complain about your loneliness at the same time. That's an empowered queen move right there. Kiza says, I have a solution to the OnlyFans question. Just impose a 100% income tax on them and watch the platform be destroyed in 3 months, guaranteed. Oy vey, Goyam. We can't pay. Hold on, 1 second. One second. Okay, sorry about that, fellas. As I was saying, oy vey, Goyam, you can't impose income tax on us. Remember who the founder of OnlyFans is. He's a Jew.
With sexualized content.
A
People
rabbi,
who are sexually attractive get more likes and follows. So a girl who stands with her arms at her sides, giving the big old smile with all the teeth, she learns quickly that when she does the sexier pose with the pouty face, that she gets a lot more likes and follows than somebody who does the former pose.
So the algorithm.
But don't sexualize her though. Don't you do that, Chud. Don't you do that. Don't you point out her choice of clothing and choice of pose. Don't you do that, Chud.
Learns. It doesn't ask questions. It just follows the numbers. More skin, more clicks. If it performs, it stays. More and more creators start to follow the pattern. The outfits shrink.
Oh yeah, glute workouts. Am I right, boys? Glute workouts, quote unquote. You're just trying to show your ass to the camera.
The trends push just a little bit further.
I definitely think we've been desensitized to.
Notice when it comes to gym content, no guy would ever show his ass to the camera to show, oh wow, I'm working on my glutes today, guys. I don't know, maybe a gay man would, but no straight man and would ever do that. They wouldn't just show their ass to the camera. The gym bros make more respectful content than the gym thoughts for sure.
How sexual our society has gotten.
What once turned heads, now barely raises an eyebrow.
I remember in my lifetime, there were music.
Well, yeah, it's fatigue. Like, a lot of people don't want to admit it. Chibi reviews. Madam Savvy. V. A lot of people wouldn't want to admit it, but it's like, you do become desensitized to this stuff. The more exposed you are, you become desensitized to it. It is a kind of fatigue, you could say. And honestly, I think if you are starting to feel that kind of fatigue, it's like, I think that says something about society, you know? I mean, there was the whole trend of black fatigue for a reason, and all the other sorts of different fatigues that have been popping up here and there, but this is no different. This is absolutely no different. Technically, being an OF model is self-employed, so no, that wouldn't work. You still got to pay income taxes. If you remove their ability to get an income, you destroy the platform itself.
Videos that got censored or banned or can only be played after 10 or 11 at night. And if you watch them now, you'd be like, what? For what? What is that? A bikini? Like, it's nothing. It's amazing how quickly it has degenerated.
Well, that's ironic coming from you, Andrew Tate.
The more we see it, the less we react. The less we react, the more it spreads. This is how normalization works. We now have platforms like OnlyFans that make selling nudes look like just...
Oh, but motherfucker, that's Amaranth. Oh my goodness. Fucking hell. Let's read this off. Let's read this right here. Whacking off improves testosterone levels for up to 7 days. No. I understand, clever marketing ploy, but the opposite is true. So for $3, I can make sure you get those summer gains. One problem with that, Amaranth. You know, that works if you actually have a woman. You know, one who you like and motivates you to get stronger. That's the key. Unfortunately, There are probably way too many people who pay what is essentially a $15 a month. Oh my goodness. People actually pay for this shit. Don't you guys think that's pathetic? I sure do.
Another side hustle.
It's genius. I've said this for like 2 years now since OnlyFans blew up. It is the smartest hustle anyone can do because they're basically just posting Instagram pictures, but people pay for them. It's like free money. It's an actual infinite money cheat code. I don't understand why people shame them for it.
Well, Charlie, there's a reason why such behavior is considered shameful. Prostitution has always been considered shameful, and e-prostitution is no different. It should be shamed, and there shouldn't be so many people the moment they turn 18 making an account on the platform. Hell, funny story, guys. There was like a chick that I met when I was living back in my apartment, right? Met her one time. Haven't really it was only just that one time that I spoke to her, and I got her and her friends Snapchats or whatever. Basically, a few months down the line, I saw when I open up Snapchat, it's like, come join my OnlyFans, guys. The moment I saw that, I was like, no, bye-bye. I just removed her from my friends list. It's like, oh my goodness. What the fuck happened to you that... I swear, people are so fucking stupid. And it absolutely is a shameful behavior. I don't know why feminists encourage it so much. Oh wait, I know why. It's because, older single women, they like to destroy the next generation of women, so they too are miserable.
Catch me
Not that hard to
outside. How
grasp.
about that?
Catch you outside? What does that mean?
What I just
In
said.
2016, a 13-year-old girl went viral for yelling at her mum on national TV.
Catch me outside, girl. How did this happen?
Oh, God.
It became one of the most recognizable clips in internet history. Overnight, Danielle Bregoli went from an anonymous teenager to a meme.
Catch me outside.
Within days, she had agents, brand deals, millions of followers. At 14, she signed a record deal. At 15, she was touring. And as the internet watched her grow up in real time, some were watching for the wrong reasons.
The same thing happened with that Lil Tay chick. Danielle Bregoli was just one out of many. Pedophiles, man, I despise them.
Because on her 18th birthday, she launched an OnlyFans account.
You joined OnlyFans the night you turned 18, and people subscribed right away?
Yeah.
Should they be in jail?
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you do it then? Why the fuck did you make that damned account?
Within 6 hours, she made over $1 million.
You recently started an OnlyFans account.
What the hell is this?
Simps, man. Fucking hell. Simps and pedos. That's why. That's why that happened. Same thing with the Lil Tay situation. Same fucking principles.
Account, correct? Is it true you made over $1 million in your first 6 hours?
Yes.
A year later, she claimed to have made over $50 million.
Damn, girl, you make so much money.
Thousands of subscribers joined.
Oh man, female dating strategy, awful subreddit, by the way. Bad Baby apparently just started her OnlyFans, and she made over $1 million just 6 hours. What the worst is, she just turned 18 last week, and she thinks it's a flex because it broke the OnlyFans record. Lord, this is so disgusting in so many levels. I'm sure if you were in her position, you'd do the exact same fucking thing, whore.
Joined the moment she turned 18, a digital line that millions were waiting to cross the second it became legal.
Bad Baby just turned 18 a couple days ago, and everybody was telling her making OnlyFans. Well, I definitely was telling her making OnlyFans, okay? And
Wait, let's go back.
Well, I definitely was telling her making OnlyFans. Making...
What the hell is this?
Lock this guy up.
OnlyFans, okay? And come on now, we're not gonna sit here and pretend like we weren't all waiting for this moment, okay? We're not gonna pretend.
At 13, she was...
I wasn't waiting for the moment. Most sane men are not waiting for that moment. If they are, I'd rightfully call them a pervert. And maybe they should get their hard drives checked.
Was a meme. At 15, a product. At 18, a fantasy.
Yes, she made a big bag, but that proves and shows that there were so many people waiting for this. So many people were waiting to dump their money to see a young girl get naked, when literally a week before that, it would have been illegal.
And her story, it isn't rare. It's just the most visible version of what's happening everywhere.
So just all these young girls, I'm talking like 13, 14.
Oh, it's Chronic's crush, but let's take a listen.
15, commenting, well, as soon as I turn 18, this is what I'm gonna do. I can't wait. Like, who needs to go to school? Who needs to pursue a career when you can just do this as your career?
This isn't about one moment.
And the thing is, and the sad thing about it, these girls will make a lot of money. It's because they are 18. It's because they are, they are out of, they're out of high school. They will make money. That is the sad thing. They will make money, and there's a lot of sick fucks out there who absolutely would look forward to the moment a 17-year-old girl turns 18 and then opens an OnlyFans, and it's so fucking weird and wrong and disgusting. But at the same time, the woman who's opening the account is also to blame. Absolutely, it's a two-party problem. The woman for exploiting people who very obviously need Jesus in their life. Fucking fly. Anyways, and then you have the borderline pedophiles who just goon in anticipation.
Or one girl. It's about a culture that has been carefully shaped to make this seem normal. This didn't happen by accident. It was built, promoted, and marketed.
Yep, and it goes all the way back to the 1970s. Oy vey. Oy vey! You gotta look into who's actually pushing pornography, and that actually leads me to another meme that I'm not gonna show, but let's see, where is it? Yeah, we have Meet the Jews behind pornography, and it's just like, let's see, it just has like 20 people who are like either they own some of the major porn sites, or they contributed to the formation of, let's see, or the formation of it. Here, we could zoom it in a little. So we have let's see. Yeah, Samuel Roth, plaintiff in the landmark case Roth versus United States, 1957, which effectively legalized pornography. So yeah, this problem goes all the way back to the 1950s. Horace Liverite co-owned one of the first publishers to publish porn, defeated the Clean Books Bill in the 1920s. I don't even know what that bill is, but something tells me it's maybe something that shouldn't have gone away, because now that it is, we have a bunch of romantic-y smut novels. A title that I learned very recently is I think I sent the title. I sent the title to Sheffo when I was at the gym earlier. Like, I was listening to Legion of Men react to the new Shoe on Head video in regards to the topic of female gooners. So there's apparently a book called Pounded by Produce. I'm thinking maybe the clean books bill probably should have stayed. I don't really feel all that comfortable about my kind being used for by some white woman for her sick erotic pleasure. Yeah, I can't say I exactly feel comfortable about that.
Just like everything else they said was good for us. In the 1940s, a cigarette was seen as a symbol of success, of status, even health.
Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yeah, right.
They were in every pocket, endorsed by experts, sold to...
Oh, we have some more cross insights. Do you guys know who Edward Bernays was? You know, nephew of Sigmund Freud. Guess what Bernays was. Just guess. Take a guess, guys. Take a guess. But I'll tell you that he was the guy who pushed cigarettes to like many Americans, including women. If it wasn't for Bernays, smoking might not be so prevalent among young women.
Mothers, athletes, even children. It wasn't a vice, it was normal. Then came sugar, wrapped in smiling mascots and bright cartoon boxes.
I love my candy, I really do. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, sugar is also addictive.
That's Kellogg's Apple Jacks with more real apple for an aptly sweet part of this complete breakfast.
They told us it was fuel.
Okay, who'd have guessed? You'll find out in about an hour, Archaeosophy.
Brain food, part of a healthy start.
Ice cold Coca-Cola. There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Actually, this individual size bottle has no more calories than half a grapefruit.
Until the studies came out and we realized we'd been sold a lie.
They say sugar poses enough health risks, it should be considered a controlled substance, just like tobacco and alcohol.
Now it's porn.
Today, we're facing a new tobacco that's quietly taken the world by storm.
But this time, the pitch is more clever. They don't really sell it as a product. They sell it as progress. They say, oh, it's empowering.
Marielle Miller-Young. Take a look at that one's physique. The nose especially. An associate professor of feminist studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara. So she's might have some Jew in her, but it's like half black. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, this is something else too, right here, is feminism. There's the pro-porn feminists and the anti-porn feminists. Either way, they're still feminists. That doesn't matter. I think the cause of no porn should not be taken up by feminists. That's just me. In general, it's like, I would love to see, and I think I have heard some stories about like guys who have been taken advantage of in the porn industry. So it's not just a woman thing that happens. It happens to men too, especially when you learn the fact that many straight men are forced to do gay scenes. That's pretty fucking nuts right there.
Empowering, inclusive, a celebration of freedom.
We're in a generation.
Hold on.
They say, oh, it's empowering, inclusive.
Allison Sparks, 2022. Something tells me maybe a little kosher.
Inclusive, a celebration.
Florence Walker.
of freedom.
We're in a generation now where women have been told that it's okay to sexualize our bodies.
OnlyFans to me was a platform which...
It's this thing. I hate this thing.
Allows women to be empowered and take...
Look at the soul, just how soulless her eyes are.
Control back.
And the message is everywhere.
Women say that having an OF or whatever is empowering.
But what if that's just the latest lie? What if we're watching a public health crisis in real time?
I'm in that first generation.
Well, yeah, what happens when you sell your soul? There's no doubt there's going to be some consequences to that. And Jarvis, pull up an early life on Jarvis Walker.
Of kids who grew up having...
There's a good probability that journalist is Jewish. I mean, hey, they're overrepresented in the news.
Going through puberty and having access to high-speed digital porn online.
Because what happens when a generation learns about intimacy from content that was designed to exploit them?
Not only do they not know how to process that very well, but they begin to believe that this is how they're supposed to behave when they go on their first dates.
What happens when boys associate arousal with strangers on a screen instead of a real
the fact that a lot of people's first introduction to porn is at age 10 or is it age 11? It's either age 11 or age 10. I find that to be extremely concerning, especially when it comes to the development of reproductive health and mental health, because at such a young age, I think my friend Piercing Heaven has said this before. It's like, when you see something like that, by the time you actually are about to do the deed yourself, it's like you will remember. You might have thought something like that has gone away, but it's like, no, that's gonna pop up. It's gonna pop up. Maybe not immediately, but sometime in the future, and that's gonna impact you greatly. And it goes back to the fact that it's like there's a reason why the Bible says marriage is supposed to be in the realm of marriage. One, you have, it's pretty obvious. You guys are your one and only. Back then, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it was actually. Compared to now, where it's like, oh, everybody has a fucking litany of partners, and so many people, especially young women, are just damaged. And don't forget the fact that most young men are not having sex. They don't even necessarily have to be virgins, but a lot of the crowd in that are. I'm part of that crowd too. I'm a voluntary celibate. So there is that, but. Even among the guys that's who might have had sex, or they're just on a really long dry spell, like King Cobra JFS. Rip Cobes, man, Rip Cobes. Anyways, they are very dissatisfied at their offerings in Western nations, and there's a reason why Passport Bro, being an expat, has gained a lot of steam. Unfortunately, that has been ruined as well, but that's a different story for another day. I Could Fix Her. Yeah, a lot of those guys, it's like they'll fall in and this has happened to me when I was in my younger years. It's like I simply put, I just didn't know what was actually good. I didn't know what was actually good for me at the time when I was 18. I know a lot better, and by the time I have kids, I plan on teaching them this stuff, both my sons and my daughters. But simply put, it's like, I thought it's like I could be that guy. It's like, oh, I could fix her. I could fix her. It's like, no, I learned the hard way. You cannot fix her. Neither should you. That's not my responsibility to fix her anyways, so.
Connection.
When you have a woman lying in bed in lingerie and you're locked in the bathroom looking at a computer, something's wrong.
We used to believe smoking was harmless because the packaging looked...
Yeah, there is also there is also the fact that it's like so many people, like, you actually have the issue. It's like by the time it's like a guy is about to like do the deed with, you know, with his woman, he needs porn to get aroused in the first place. Like, that's a fucking problem right there. That's a real fucking problem.
Clean. Because doctors said it was fine. Because everyone did it.
Just as cigarettes are poison for the lungs, researchers are finding pornography is poison for the eyes, the soul, and the sexual conscience.
So ask yourself, what does porn look like?
Gee, I wonder why you're witnessing you're witnessing an act that is meant for the bounds of something sacred, and well, you're basically becoming a cuckold. Like, I know a lot of people make that joke, but it's like it's true if you really think about it. You're watching somebody have sex, and you're getting off to it.
Today, it's everywhere, it's free, it's normal, and it's rewiring millions of brains in silence. Every time you see something sexual, your brain rewards you. A small hit of dopamine, not a flood, just a spark. But the brain learns fast.
But a spark can set the whole world ablaze. But it's like, yeah, that little spark of intrigue, the reason why that's there, it's like, oh, this is something good. Let me learn more about it. That spark of intrigue, that's what I like to call it. At least it's like I learned something new. It's like whether it's like a new anime series I've invested into. It's like, oh, something clicked, and it's like, oh, now I want to look on the wiki and learn everything about it, so I spoil myself before I watch it. But I'm still impressed with what I see. So does spoiling things really ruin it for me? No. Archaeosophy says, I have an overabundance of experience, so always feel free to ask for wisdom.
Over time, it begins to associate certain types of content with pleasure, and it starts looking for more. This is called dopamine sensitization, a process where your reward system is trained to seek increasingly stimulating inputs. And just like with gambling or drugs, tolerance builds. The same content no longer gives you the same feeling, so you go a little further, then further again, until it becomes a normal part of your daily routine.
And in terms of that further stuff, I mean, hey, just look at Synthetic Man as an example. Like, he always says, it's like, don't become me. Ah, there we go. Damn it, I didn't get that fly again. Anyways, like, Synthetic Man is into some pretty weird shit. And that whole thing of going further and deeper, it's like, that's exactly what will happen. But at least Kobe is, he encourages people to stop watching that shit. Like, he's actually, and I think he's also trying to change his life for the better too, so.
Now let's get real for a second. Because you see, most guys don't talk about it, but a lot of them feel it.
For 4 years I've been trying to quit it. I've gone lengths of time without it, but then I just always come back, and it just seems like super hard to kick for some reason. I've tried lots of different stuff.
Porn doesn't just steal your time away from you. It steals your drive, your energy, your confidence.
I'm 25. I have a crippling porn addiction. I've spent...
This guy's not a bad-looking guy either. Like, there is something else. There is something else that I have to address too. It's like, and it does go back again to women and OnlyFans. The women have, when they do stuff like this, they actually get the idea in their head that it's like, oh, all men are basically like the people who watch or pay for my shit, right? That's how they think about it. The people, the men who pay for OF subscriptions, you're never gonna have a chance with her. You're just not. It's never gonna happen. Get over that. And also, she views you as entirely beneath her. That's the case. That's how these women feel about their simps. They have they play a very good front in regards to I love you guys. Thank you for supporting my content. It means the world to me. But in reality, they hate you. They fucking despise you. They only see you as a wallet. And it's the same thing with like going outside of that space too. They see a lot of these guys. It's like they see that the women out there. Like if you try to date, they're fucking. A lot of them are just fucking awful. So they, in a way, it's like they feel appreciated when they talk to that OF whore, and a bot gives a response of like, oh wow, thank you, or just something like that, right? And they feel like they feel appreciated, and so it's that vicious feedback loop that keeps them paying. And it's a brutal cycle to break, especially since it games male psychology to quite the point. Again, I've said this before, but the darkest part of male psychology is cuckoldry. It's a perversion on our instinct to want to provide. That's why it's dark. That's why I absolutely despise cuckolds. Like I don't consider cuckolds to be men. But you can break out of it. I'm not to be so doom and gloom. You absolutely can break out of it. You turn yourself over to Christ, repent. Read how this shit influences you. Gain some self-awareness. Learn about your situation. Do the best that you can to mitigate triggers and all that. Then over time, and this might require you to take a break from everything internet related. You might just have to only stick to like playing, like FPS games. I don't know, old Call of Duty where the player models are only male. So something like that. And then also, in going back to the faith for a moment, if you I've read stories of every time I have like an urge to want to like do something I shouldn't do, it's like I immediately like open my Bible and I start praying, stuff like that. And it's like that also works really well too.
Probably $20,000 on pornography. I have no sex lives because I have erectile dysfunction whenever I try to get with a girl. And I'm just really fucked up.
Erectile dysfunction used to be something that guys got in their 50s. Now, it's showing up in men under 25 years old. This is unheard of.
I couldn't get aroused of just a woman being naked in front of me. I had to think about her being railed or 4 or 5 dudes ganging or running a train on her for me to even think, okay, I can get.
Oh boy, that's some pretty deep shit you're in, my friend. Again, notice how he's talking about it. It's like he needs the image of somebody else like railing his woman. Now do you see my point as to why I think watching pornography is you're cucking yourself?
Get into the flow of this.
Real intimacy starts to feel boring.
Constantly she's telling me, I feel like you're not attracted to me, so she's getting frustrated, she's getting upset, she's getting mad, and I'm being embarrassed and shit like that, bro. And this shit is just like...
But this doesn't just affect you.
A recent study of 4,000 porn scenes that showed between 35 and 45% of all porn has scenes of extreme violence. And so this isn't a fringe issue, this is a mainstream porn issue.
Believe it or not, there's someone on the other side of that screen. She might look confident, but that doesn't mean she's okay.
Just because you see...
Well, yeah, I think now we're starting to get into the issue of... even the people who do sign that contract, it's like it's not exactly a it's not exactly a great workplace, to say the least. There is absolutely workplace abuse that happens in a space like that, but that's because of the nature of the business. naturally, the producers of it and the directors and all that, they'd probably want to have a hit at it too. They're degenerates themselves, just like the actors.
Them enjoying something on film, like you don't see the tears that were maybe shed afterwards. You don't see the bruises all over the woman's body after an abusive scene and her crying and feeling like if she hadn't done the scene, she wouldn't have gotten her paycheck. Most people don't see the brokenness.
Yeah, and you're required. I do remember it's like you're required to do a lot of weird fucking scenes if you want any sort of beyond decent pay. I'm sure all the major ones have done absolutely weird shit that I don't want to find out.
Behind it, they see the pretend smiles.
Many women are doing things that they never thought they would do, just because they think it will get them more views.
Are you guys ready to rail me?
This is the kind of pathetic shit I'm talking about. Like, 583 man challenge. This is because you have whores like Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue do their stupid fucking challenges, quote unquote challenges. Turns out, there are some physical ramifications to doing all this. All of this. Not on the guys, for sure. Not on the guys. They just get a quick nut off. But for her, gets the more. It's just an increase to that 1,000-cock stare. And you know these women are like, oh, why can't I find a man? And it's fucking brutal. I mean, I wouldn't say it's brutal. It is kind of self-inflicting. It actually, no, it is self-inflicting. You know, most guys, they don't want, like, in terms of a long-term partner, they don't want a woman who's taken miles upon miles of cock. They just don't. We don't like that. And again, in terms of hookup culture, it's like, that's something else I disavow entirely, too. Just tuned in. Have you brought up Shoe on Head's latest tradwife grifting? I have not. Speaking of Shoe on Head, I was listening to Legion of Men reacting to her video in regards to the female Gooner novels. I'm sure we'll bring that up in sometime soon. I'm sure.
I'm so excited. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
And the more that we watch, the further that line gets pushed.
Say like you say, no, I don't want come on my face, could you please do it somewhere else? Then you would get reprimanded and told that you probably would.
Again, you're also trying, the thing is, you're also trying to satisfy the fetishes of the producers who make this as well. I mean, that's why they're producing it. They're also into the scenes that they're making. They're probably even jerking off after the fact. But your contract says, unfortunately, you are subjected to their whims. You did sign the contract at the end of the day. Unfortunately, you don't have much of a say.
Wouldn't be booked again because that's what they want.
Lily Phillips, she had sex with over 100 men in a day.
Oops, that was meant for Chronic's chat.
I'm person to be with 1,000 guys in 24 hours.
At first, she called it a record. And after...
Just one in, one out, like it feels intense.
Again, fake crying. Documentary was made to help promote her OnlyFans, actually.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
Definitely.
You see, porn disconnects everyone. The men watching, the women performing, both are chasing something that never really shows up.
In the world of pornography, neither the male nor the female have any humanity. Everybody is completely reduced to their sex organs, and the only goal, really, in the world of pornography is to have an orgasm, by any means necessary.
Yeah, exactly. It's you could say it's a commodification of orgasms. Something, again, meant for the realm of marriage, and for the sake of reproduction. You know, it becomes something meaningless, and not good.
This isn't just about sex. It's about how we feel about ourselves and what we've learned to expect from each other. No connection.
Yep, and that attitude applies to, well, everything else in the dating scene. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Don't tell Tomoe that because she'll be mad at you. Man, I probably will mention VTubers in this video somewhere down the, in this stream somewhere down the line, because VTubers also contribute to this problem as well. Even the more never mind.
No meaning, just content.
But yeah, I probably will talk about VTubers down the line. Ironic as I am one.
We call this normal.
I'm fortunate to be alive today because there are many women in that business and men who battle with suicidal thoughts on a daily basis, and many of them do go through with it.
And at some point,
that's the thing. Again, as always, when it comes to the repose, Lord have mercy on them. And at the same, I also know it's like when your soul is gone, a lot like those thoughts do pop in your head. That's what happened with me. That's what happened with me. I wasn't in the porn industry or anything, but it's like certainly didn't really have a soul at the time. It felt completely drained. I also made Mari mad when I countered her inability to keep a schedule and wake up on time. Mari, an interesting fellow right there.
Hope is in 20, 30 years, after I'm probably dead, there'll be a movement where people are going to be so against this that they're going to go in the opposite direction. They're going to be returning to what it means to be a human being.
You know,
Based, I hope that happens, and I hope that happens soon. That's why I wish this is something the government can do right fucking now. Outlaw the production, distribution, of pornography, and then burn the studios down to the ground. They could absolutely do this. Of course, for the most part, possession shouldn't be a crime. It just depends on, the type for obvious reasons. But in general, it's like strike at the producers of this shit. They're the cause of the problem.
For years, my dirty little secret was that I was addicted to pornography.
He was a professional athlete.
Terry Crews,
a Hollywood star, a symbol of strength and masculinity.
I actually didn't know Terry Crews had this issue.
But behind the image, Terry Crews was addicted to pornography.
It's changed something in my brain. I know there was something that happened where I was like, I'm hooked.
It nearly destroyed his marriage.
The porn use led to me being unfaithful years earlier. She was like, I'm done with you.
His mental health.
I had to realize when I was depressed.
Honestly, it's great to see more people reflect on their use of this shit, because I feel like it helps them stay truthful to, their pursuit of wanting to actually end their addiction. Just talking about it to people who won't make fun of you or tell you that you're some sort of prude and I can use it just fine, I don't have a problem, and just all that kind of shit that's associated with it. It's like hey, that's great. It's like, hey, great that you don't have that problem, but this person clearly does, and you're not helping. As a matter of fact, you might be hindering that person's progress and actually trying to quit. What any addict needs is a proper support group to keep them accountable.
Realized when I was sad about something, or when I was
I used to be shit on and bullied for being disagreeable and standing out from everyone else.
Feeling lonely, because those were the times that I was more likely to use pornography.
His identity.
I believed that I was more valuable than my wife as a human being because I was a man.
And he's not the only one.
I try to.
I will say it's more or less of just I would say it's not necessarily that. It's more so of just you're forsaking the commands that God gave to you in regards to maintaining a marriage.
Stay off of pornography, man. That's one of my biggest arch nemesis is pornography.
I recognize him.
Because it just weakens me.
My son or somebody one day came by, look, use my phone and saw porn on the phone. Shit, dog. I just had to stop. We got really out of hand.
For me, Playboy was my gateway into full-on pornography addiction. My dad had a Playboy.
Damn, Kanye, knowing all the other shit you went through,
left out at age 5, and it's affected almost every choice I made for the rest of my life.
The last, I want to say 8 months, every single month, I have been spending any and every last bit of extra money that I have come in monthly on campsites, on online paid porn.
Artists, athletes, musicians, men at the top of their game, all pulled into the same loop, and they all say the same thing.
It completely manipulates male psychology and male physiology. Absolutely. It's the same with women producing OF content or Instagram content, hell, even YouTube content. Like the attention that the woman gets, it's a drug for her. Pornography. Watching pornography is a drug to him. Producing it is the drug for her.
It doesn't feel like addiction until it's too late. You see, this isn't about weakness or willpower. It's about a system that knows exactly how to keep you hooked.
Perfect way to cap up the video cheat code. Dusty says, that's the fucked up thing that I don't want to get laid. I could actually get laid if I wanted to. I'm in the same boat as you are, Dusty. It's just you and I, we have a moral compass. And also, it's like we also possess pattern recognition. Hold on, I got a DM from my guest. Anyways, as I was saying, there's been many opportunities where I could have partaken in hookup culture. I decided not to because I got so drunk. I mean, hey, alcohol does help with the pattern recognition, at least for me. But anyways, it's like it is just a waste of time. Hookups are just a waste of time. But anyways, I will be right back. Then we're gonna get to our next segment. And I'm also gonna grab me another drink too.
It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? I get paid, more cash around in this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's death on sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the weather city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, reach Jamaica, and these boss on the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. I get paid, more cash out of this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? I get paid, more cash out of this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? Look around, tell me what do you see? A lunatic now, get like me. It's a rap by the count of 3, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. I get paid, more cash out of this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? I get paid, more cash out of this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's death on sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the weather city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, reach Jamaica, and these boss on the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. I get paid, more cash out of this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? Jack, he's a psychomaniac, that's right, it's death on sight. It don't matter who's wrong or right, I just might catch you slipping. Getting paid is my intuition and my ambition. It's the weather city of the siege, more death, more cheese. Gotta get the paper, meet Jamaica, and these boss I'm the Undertaker. And ain't no shortage, I can't be laid off. In fact, rest in chaos. You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? Look around, tell me what do you see? A lunatic now, get like me. It's a rap by the count of three, and it's all being filmed on Shock TV. Yeah, it's me, I'ma do my best to rip to your chest, mangle your flesh, dangle your neck, fatten my check. I don't really care if I got your respect. I just slaughter, don't be bothered. Watch where you step, it might be hot water. You oughta pay me now, cause right now it's about to go down. You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money by killing these fools now, ain't that funny? You gotta get paid, more cash about this game. It's crazy, I get more money.
Okay, I am back. Alcohol is indeed liquid courage. I agree with you, Dusty. Hold on, I'm just DMing the guest. Alrighty, so before our guest comes on, we're actually going to listen to a message from a Greek Orthodox monk from the Salt podcast. So it's a shorter video. Should be the perfect. It should be the perfect duration. While we wait for our guest, it's around like 11 minutes, and it's episode 10. Don't fight it. Bishop Mar Mari's message on pornography. We could take a look at the description. Bishop Mar Mari Emanuel sheds light on the hidden struggle of pornography, explaining its deep impact on the subconscious mind. He offers hope through the transformative power of the Word of God, urging Christians to replace destructive thoughts with divine truths. Ooh, that's interesting.
Fight it, and some people try to fight pornography. I'm gonna stop myself. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And the more they fight it, the more they fall into it. Why? Because you're trying to kill something that can never be killed.
With pornography, it's
already he absolutely says something, and I alluded to this earlier. It's like if you're having those thoughts, and again the description even says so as well. It basically said something that I said earlier. You don't the way you fight it is, well, grab your Bible, and this requires you to have a physical Bible on hand. I don't think going to Bible Gateway is enough, because the vice is triggered via the computer. Like, you look at the vice through your phone or your computer. You need something to look away from that for that moment.
It's obviously one of the biggest hidden struggles that a lot of people suffer, both men and women today.
Yes.
George and I were reading before this interview that around 70 and 80% of men and about 30 to 50% of women watch it regularly. And some people get exposed to it as young as 11 years old.
Yeah.
So what would you say to a Christian who's trying to break free from this cycle, and how can they do that?
Look, the issue with the technology of our time and age, it influences the subconscious mind. And that's where it is so dangerous at its best. Because the human being has only control over the rational conscious mind, not the subconscious. So when you are watching something, whatever that thing is.
Don't forget too that there's a lot of chemical reactions that trigger as well in the brain.
And since you're talking about pornography, if you're watching something
those
as
chemicals
such,
do affect our subconscious.
that image that you are watching, it actually passes, it overrides the rational, and it goes straight into the subconscious mind. It's like like a hypnosis kind of a wave, hypnotic. So watching a TV, or even on the mobile, on Facebook, on Instagram, whichever social media platform you're exposing yourself to, and this is where the book of Revelation alludes to in chapter 13 more so, where it talks about the beast that comes out of the sea, and then it talks about the false prophet that comes out of the land. Now, what did the false prophet that came out of the land do? He made an image of the first beast that came out of the sea, and he.
Sorry, if it seems like I'm not really talking much. I'm listening to what he has to say. Like, I can tell he's a very wise man.
He blew into that image and made it become alive, not in an animated way, but in a more realistic way. So Revelation 13, which was written by John the Beloved around 95-100 AD, he was speaking precisely about the 21st century more than any other centuries. Why?
Wow.
Because he's talking about...
That's something else too that we should think of. Again, the Bible is the wisdom in the Bible is timeless. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of the prophets were able to see so far ahead. Whether it's the Old Testament or the New Testament.
TVs and all these social media platforms, the technology. And what is that image that he made of the...
One second, I just gotta drop my my PNG. I gotta send him that.
Beast, and he blew like a spirit into it and it became alive, is when you see people appearing on a screen. That is, when you see a person appearing on a screen, it's like a spirit. You don't see them three-dimensional. You see them flat. It's like a spirit, yes? Not three-dimensional. But that spirit is not a statue. That spirit is not...
Well, I mean, I, in orange, am an 11th dimensional being, or did I say 10th? 11th is fine. Lore aside, he is absolutely onto something here. I'm just trying to figure out what.
It's a real figure. So John the Beloved was saying Satan will use technology in the end of times to brainwash people. You see, TV, when it began in 1947 in America, it was black and white, and it was only to...
I see what he means. I see what he means, absolutely. The screen that I'm watching this video on and the screen that you're watching this stream on, yeah, two-dimensional. Yep.
Christian channels. When the presenter, especially a female, would come out on that Christian channel, which was black and white, she would be covered more than Bishop Murray is. More than Bishop Murray is. Since 1947 to now, when a presenter comes out, they come out barely covered.
This MF thinks he's operating on the 11th dimension. He's on 6th or 7th at best. No. In Scurvy lore, I am an 11th dimensional being. And the citrus tongue is... You need to be a 6th dimensional being or higher to understand it.
This is the image which the false prophet made of the first beast that came out of the sea. And
that's honestly a really interesting parallel right there. And also really interesting prophecy. John, John as in the the gospel writer John.
He forced the whole world to worship this image. So many millions upon billions of people watch things that they should not watch. The danger of this technology is one thing. It sends a hypnotic wave. A hypnotic wave, when you go to somebody and they use this hypnosis method, why do they put you to sleep but you're still awake? You're asleep but you're alert.
Honestly, there's a parallel that I could bring up right now with like how some people describe their quote unquote gooning trance. To borrow a phrase from fucking Dreamy Bowl, the gooning trance is like they describe it as very hypnotic. Like they're so in the moment. Their mind isn't exactly thinking. It's not thinking clear, but it's also like, well, it's in a trance. The conscience is I don't know. It's basically it's like you're asleep but you're not. It's exactly as he described it. It's like it's hypnotizing. You're still there but you're not.
When they talk,
that's how a lot of people described their gooning trances. Like I also recall seeing it's like if you want to help quit a little quicker, it's like record yourself. Like if you feel like you're about if you feel like you're about to just start gooning, turn on record yourself actually doing it, like just whacking it, and then look at the face that you make. Look at the faces you make during and after. That actually does help. It instills a sense of shame. And it's like, and they notice, it's like, oh my goodness, I was in such a trance. Like that's some of their words. I know it's gross, Dusty, but I figured it was actually relevant to bring up. And so yeah, it's supposed to disgust the viewer. It's supposed to disgust the viewer. That viewer being you. Well, not you, Dusty, but you know what I mean.
Talk to you. You talk to them. You're not asleep. Why? Because they control your subconscious mind. They've shut down your rational mind for a moment. This technology, it does that hypnotic approach exactly. So those waves that come out of those screens, they go direct.
See, honestly, it kind of feels the same when I'm in the zone, when I'm playing like a video game or something, especially WoW or anything pretty intensive. Or hell, even when I was playing Pac-Man World 2 Re-Pac, I was in the zone.
Directly.
Yeah, you gotta train yourself to make a better O face. Same as you record yourself lifting to make sure you have good form. No, Rug! No, that's not what the purpose of that is. You're not trying to become the next Patrick Bateman. No!
And surpass the rational straight to the subconscious mind. Now, since we don't have, as human beings, direct control to the subconscious, it begins to shape, form, and mold the subconscious mind, yet we have no control over that. The more we expose ourselves to things we should never expose ourselves to, the more it starts shaping the subconscious. Guess what?
Oh my goodness. He is exactly correct. Have you guys ever seen, have you guys ever read stories about how so many people became troons? Fun fact, it's because of pornography, and more often than not, it's like they found they kept on. Hold on, let me go back a little so I can understand what he said.
Form and mold the subconscious mind. Yet we have no control over that.
Yes. So basically, it's that subconscious desire to find weirder and weirder shit eventually impacted their actual lives. And even though it's fictional scenarios, it's that still has an impact. Absolutely, that has an impact on people. You cannot say that fiction has no impact on reality. and then also believe that, pornography causes people to troon out. You can't, those are contradictory beliefs. And a lot of the time, troons, they either, it could be both, real pornography or hentai. It's like, it still has an impact on people. The scenarios are indeed fictional for the most part, from like the major producers. But it still has an impact on the individual. I remember reading a story of like a detransitioner, like a male detransitioner. He trooned out because of this one GIF that he found on like 4chan, and he whacked off to that five times in a single day, like just to that GIF alone, and then it caused him to find darker and darker things, and then eventually it's like it instilled the idea that he is something that he's not. Like it is hypnosis. I mean, then again, there's a reason why a lot of troons are into that sissy hypno shit. It's fucking weird.
The more we expose ourselves to things we should never expose ourselves to, the more it starts shaping the subconscious. Guess what? After a little while, the subconscious, eventually, it will have to pour itself into the rational. When it pours itself into the rational, you are controlled by what the subconscious reveals to the
Oh my goodness. Bishop Mari puts it so succinctly. You will become controlled by what you desire. And if your desires are particularly fucked up, eventually you will act out on them. That's my warning to the chibi reviews types out there. Eventually, something will happen. Your grasp on your sanity will slip. And Lord have mercy on you. That's all I have to say. Lord have mercy on you. So yeah, those who say that, pornography doesn't actually impact people, you're dead fucking wrong. The bishop right here is telling you exactly what happens on the spiritual level. You might not want to acknowledge it, especially if you're the atheist type. I know I was, but even still I acknowledged, when I was an atheist, I still acknowledged the effects that pornography has on people. But now, I'm starting to understand the spirituality of it, of just what it means to have a soul, and what that truly entails, like a lot more. It's like, my goodness.
To the conscience. You can't stop it. So dangerous. So when it does that, the rational will do what the subconscious just gave it.
Yep. And that basically, and what he's saying is that will equate to trooning out or doing some weird sexual act in public. Like, think about the pride parades. That's a great manifestation of exactly this. You have a bunch of people out there who are just manifesting their sick desires onto the realm of the rational. I went through a ton of angry thoughts, and Kirk's murder is what proved to me that I should try and calm down. I see.
So what you watched, you will implement.
Yep. And the chibi reviews types out there, I keep mentioning him because he's just so easy to rip on. He's going to be like, oh, no, the bishop's wrong, right? The bishop's wrong. The guy who had to go through a lot of fucking discipline. Again, it's not easy to be a bishop in the Orthodox Church. It requires a lot of discipline. That's putting it lightly. Basically, he's like, no, the bishop's wrong because I have more knowledge on on my condition than he does. And for those types out there, no, you are a slave. You are a slave to your desires. You are a slave to your instincts. Repent, turn to Christ, get over yourself, and listen to what your betters have to say.
Literally. And that's why people go to the wrong places for the wrong reasons, because they watched it. Now they are practicing it physically, literally. And this is where St. Paul talks about this so beautifully in his epistle to the Romans, chapter 12, when he says, "My brethren, I beseech you to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice." And then he says, "Do not be conformed to the world." What is the world? Evil. And why is it evil? Because the world is placed in the bosom of Satan. In the Greek translation, it is not placed in Satan, in his bosom. Not Satan is in control, but it is in the bosom of Satan, meaning he's embracing the world. You know, when you sit and you embrace something, you are so in control, you're so comfortable, that's it, you've got it. You don't need to work hard anymore. It is sitting in your lap. That's what Satan has done to the world. So he will put every poison to the world because he is the old snake. What do you get out of a snake? Nothing but poison. Technology is used in the 21st century by Satan to poison the subconscious mind of every human being.
And it also goes back to who's pushing the pornography. It's not like they're, you know, it's almost like the people who are pushing the pornography onto all of us. It's almost like their father is the devil or something.
So St. Paul says, do not be conformed to the world. Don't be like the world, but rather transformed. And then the question is, St. Paul, how do I get transformed? How do I change from a worldly being into a spiritual being? How do I come out of this sick, filthy, evil world, St. Paul? He says, but rather be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Because that's where it all started. It started in the mind. You must go back to the mind. By the renew of your mind. Now, the word renew is a compounded word. There's the re prefix to go back, and the word new here is not new in the sense of something brand new for the first time ever. No, new here literally means origin. He says, by the renewing of your mind, you are only being able to be transformed, rather conformed.
Exactly, and the way, and I guess I could offer my own little commentary on here. That I don't know if he's gonna say this, but you could absolutely pray to the good Lord to help renew your mind. Absolutely.
So he says, go back to your origin. Renew. Go back to your origin. What is my and your origin? God. In the beginning, God, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth. He says when an idea gets into your subconscious, the only one who can get it out of there is God. You see, there are certain things in life you cannot kill. And if it is the top of the list, which you can't definitely kill in this life, is what we call an idea. Idea can never be killed. And that's where ideology comes from. The word idea turned into an ideology. So when you look at that idea, if you try to fight it, and some people try to fight pornography, I'm going to stop myself. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And the more they fight it, the more they fall into it. Why? Because you're trying to kill something that can never be killed. You're wasting your energy, your breath, and you're getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And obviously, only one thing is you're gonna end up with falling into that ditch deeper and deeper. So what do you need to do now? The only way to kill that idea
Let's hear it.
Is to replace it with another idea.
Exactly. But let's let him finish his point. Then I'll commentate.
To replace it with another idea. And the only clean, pure, sincere, honest, true idea is the Word of God, the Holy Bible. You want to give up on pornography? Don't fight it. Start reading the Holy Bible. That idea of God which is placed in that book called the Holy Book, the Holy Bible, that idea starts entering that subconscious, and it will start reshaping it and cleansing it. And like a washing machine now, it will get rid of all the dirt. And before you know it, the intellect now is safe and sound. Next time you look, you'll suffocate.
Wow.
Wow.
He says it's like a movie. When you ask.
That was really well put, and I feel like I even though I don't see a lot of the people in chat who are asking me that, like, those kinds of questions in regards to like how you deal with lust, it's like, I hope, even though you guys, like, some of you guys aren't watching, like this helped provide y'all with some answers, and I've learned a lot from this too. I learned a lot, and this is coming from even though I've been recently baptized, it's like I feel like a lot of my more of my like lustful thoughts are like they just disappeared. Like it's gonna get a little personal here, but I don't mind sharing this. It's like I don't have the need to whack it. I don't. I really don't. I've already reduced it before to like once a week compared to in 2023 where it was a bit more, but now I'm just like, I don't need to do it anymore. I feel like I feel like that change in my life, it has provided me with that sense of peace, that it's like things are things are gonna be all right. Like, I don't need to worry so much, and I don't need to, like, it's not something I have on the brain. I'm not talking about pornography. I haven't watched porn in like many years. I never really had the problem with addiction or whatnot. I did watch it, never like whacked off to it or whatnot, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's like that stuff is absolutely corrosive, for sure. I will say, it's like, it's not necessary. It's really only a sin if you're like watching like porn or whatnot. And if you're doing it constantly to the point where it like really debilitates you. But I guess now for me, it's like, I feel like I don't need to do that anymore, so I'm not going to. It's that simple. It really is. God truly answered one of my prayers that I actually had deep down, and I'm forever grateful for that. And I'm totally gonna ace No Nut November for now on. But anyways, personal shit aside, let me just get a few things set up for my guest here. So I just have to, let's see. Crap. I guess I have to save the image. Desktop. Miscellaneous image. Alrighty, and I gotta go to OBS. We're gonna go to guests. Bye, Pickle Man. Image. Okay. I just have to add the image real quick. And size him down. Yeah, that should be good. Alrighty, I will DM him now. I'm ready. So I'll just put him here. And then I'm also gonna advertise the stream again on my Twitter feed. I'm my special guest. Oh, I already found your Twitter handle. Okay. Yo, what's up?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Going well. You could hear me, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Alrighty. I have your PNG on the. I put it into my OBS so people can see that you're here.
For sure.
Do you have a YouTube channel that I could also tag you properly in the title?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Let me.
So whatever your handle is, I'll just put that there.
It should just be at Ghost. Do you want the link?
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty, I'll copy that. There we go, and saved.
Are you streaming it right now? Or on YouTube or?
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm streaming on YouTube. I have been for a few hours.
Oh, okay, for sure. Let me get your handle. ScurvyRum.
Yep, ScurvyRum.
There you are. Cool. All right.
I just gotta post the link in. Alrighty, I just have one more link to post on my Twitter, and I tagged you in it.
Cool.
Alrighty, so first off, how's your night going?
Not too bad. I appreciate first. Just thanks for inviting me, and yeah, I'm currently pretty excited. I just got off work a little bit ago and was prepping for this. So
hey, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's nice. So first things first. Introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, everyone? I'm Ghostish. I am a V producer. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and usually I just do my music production process. I started music production this year, and I kind of just want to record my journey of music production. You know what I mean? So
I see.
I was born Catholic, born and raised Catholic, but I was never really in the faith until a couple years ago. I consider myself non-denominational.
I see.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, just excited to be here.
Hold on. Just give me 1 second. I'm sure chat will love to speak with you. I'll be back in like a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. What's up, Dusty? How's it going? How's your night going? It's my second time doing something like this. It's really fun. It goes. Yeah, I feel that. For those of you who are curious, I produce Kawaii Future Bass, which is a very niche genre, but quite fun. Let's see. I guess I probably should have tried streaming this on YouTube as well, but oh well. What kind of music? What's a kind of music that you really enjoy, but you don't feel that you could do myself at the moment? J-rock, because I don't play any instruments.
Alrighty, I'm back.
So welcome back. Welcome back.
So
But
I'll let you
yeah.
answer the question that chat posed, and then I'll start asking you some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just answering J-rock, J-pop, just because, well, one, I can't speak the language, and two, yet, and two, I don't know how to play any instruments, but that's definitely something that I pray and hope that one day I can start producing.
I see. So some of the questions I'd like to ask in regards to the subject matter. So, what's your history with like adult content, so to speak?
Oh man.
It might seem like a heavy hitter, but
No, absolutely. I mean, it is, but I love talking about this because it plagued my life for so long. And when I gave my life to Christ, I was finally able to actually, like, he broke my chains. And so I actually started I started when I was 10.
wow.
Yeah, I started when I was 10, and I was addicted for almost 20 years. I'm aging myself right now, but yeah, without really doxing my age, like basically like almost
What's
20
that,
years.
Sonny?
I know, right? But yeah, man, it definitely it plagued me for quite some time. And it affected my mental health. It affected the way that I looked at women, and the way that I thought about women, the way that just how I viewed life as a whole. It's very crippling. There was this There's this comment that I stumbled upon years ago when I was like still addicted. I can't remember what the context was, but it had something to do with like crippling. The phrase was crippling addiction to H. And at the time I found it funny, but deep down in my soul, I could like spiritually feel my soul crying for help.
I see.
So the flesh was laughing, but it was tough. It was tough. It affected my entire life for a very long time.
I see. Do you have any advice for people who are still struggling with porn addiction?
Absolutely. First of all, first and foremost, come to Jesus. That's the biggest thing. To answer your question, H is hentai. First and foremost, come to Christ. Coming to Christ was the best decision that I made, not only for my life as a whole, but he literally broke my chains.
I'm with you there. In regards to the arguably the best decision I made in my life was coming back to Christ.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Because I tried to when I tried to quit. I tried to quit in the beginning of a specific year that I won't name because I don't want to date myself. I don't want to dox my age. But a specific year, at the beginning of a specific year, it took me 4 months later. I was trying to quit for 4 months. 4 months later, I came to Christ, and then that's when he broke my chains, right? But prior to that, those 4 months and years prior to that, because I tried to quit for a long time, but those 4 months when I was actually serious about it was so difficult. What if you don't have Christ, it's going to be a very, very hard time. So one, come to Christ. Two, get yourself an accountability partner.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, two is you have to want to quit, right?
Yeah.
You have to want to quit. And I don't mean like, oh, like I want to quit, blah, blah, blah. But like, no, I mean it's to the point where you can't stand it anymore. Like you want so badly to quit and you realize you're addicted, right? I mean, step one into addiction is what? Admitting, right? So you have to want to quit. 3 would be getting yourself an accountability partner, right? And this accountability partner has to be someone that you respect enough that you would never lie to. Because if your accountability partner is someone that you don't respect enough to that you can just easily lie to them, then it's pointless, right? Because then you just wouldn't be upfront with them. This person must have grace with you, must not judge you, because you need to be able to go to them when you're already feeling shame and you're already feeling guilt, in the event that you relapse. But it also has to be someone that you can't lie to. And then prayer and fasting, you know what I mean? Like if you've already given yourself to Christ and the Lord has not taken away that issue, that addiction from you yet, prayer and fasting.
I see. That's pretty good advice right there. Let's see. Oh crap! I had a question in there, but I guess it blanked my mind. So what I wanted, so basically, since you said all that, I think, and like what we discussed last night, the videos that I'm gonna show you tonight are from a YouTuber named PaxTube, and they are how pornography destroys your mind and how hentai destroys your mind. So I figured you'd absolutely have some valuable insight in regards to that. So let me just add your image here to the video tab. Okay, I just gotta size. I gotta size you down again. So, it's not a ScurvyRum stream without some scuff.
I totally feel that. Same with my streams.
I guess that's just a natural part of streaming, huh?
Absolutely.
I'll also share my screen with you.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I think that'll definitely be a lot easier.
Yeah, that way you won't have to peek at chat.
Let's see.
As you can tell, most of my feed is either music or World of Warcraft.
Let's see. Let me full screen this and make sure that I can hear.
Okairo says, Scurvy, you made a friend? Since when? I have lots of friends. What are you talking about, Okairo?
Tough crowd.
Okairo's a friend of mine. A lot of my audience are like friends of mine. So, but they're also all cool people. But yeah,
absolutely.
You have everything all set up on your end?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Let's get right into it. Let me just turn down the volume a little beforehand.
Pornography is one of the greatest, but at the same time most overlooked, problems of the modern world. If you're skeptical of this, keep listening, because today we're going to be exploring exactly how pornography destroys your mind. Firstly, let's look at some basic statistics. Since the expansion of the internet in the early 2000s, exposure to pornography has reached levels never seen before in history. 25% of all daily web searches are pornographic.
Oh boy, that's a rather concerning That's a rather concerning number right there, huh?
That's a lot.
Yeah, like even though in the grand scheme of 25% 50, 75, 100. 25 might seem small, but then you think about the broad scale of the internet and how many people use it on a daily basis, and that number becomes astronomically high.
Yeah, like what's the number of actual web searches, like not non-percentage wise, right? Like what's the actual physical number of, you know what I mean? Like and then you take 25% of that, that is that's enormous.
And especially since like this was made like around 4 or 5 years ago. I think it's 4.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, that number is probably like fucking huge. So and it's probably increased. It probably increased from 25 to probably something much higher.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The average age that most people first see pornography is 11 years old.
Believe it.
That's I did say this on like earlier in the stream, but it's like I still find that to be so disturbing. It's like the fact that, and sometimes I remember it might seem like a little off topic at first, but I remember like listening to the manifesto of Elliot Rodger, and like I remember how he wrote how he was introduced to pornography at around that age. I think he was like either 12 or 13 when he first saw his first pornographic video. But it's like the way that he wrote about it and the impact that it had on him, and the way that it's like this is something that clearly lingered with him and contributed to like why he did what he did. Like he couldn't get a girl, like ultimately he couldn't get a girlfriend, but he always felt like he was like inadequate because of, and that's kind of the origin. And he even writes that himself. It's like that's kind of the origin where he started to feel like this, like so insecure about himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like when you really think about what it, and I'm sure we'll get into this in the video, but what it does, it really destroys your self-image.
Oh, absolutely. The same way that like a site like Instagram destroys like a young woman's self-image.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Children under the age of 10 make up 22% of online porn consumption for those under 18.
I wouldn't be surprised if that number was also bigger in today's age, especially with the proliferation of OnlyFans.
Oh man, yeah, and like, I mean, however many years ago when I was 10, right? Like, the internet wasn't as like, I mean, like it was prevalent. Don't get me wrong. Like it's still easy. It was still easily accessible, but nowadays, with how easy it is to just on your phone, on your computer, or like everywhere in shows, in movies. I mean, like that's another conversation, but like the amount of like adult content in like just your like rated R shows, I feel like the bar for the standard for what's okay to show in public the line has been blurred.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely that is the case. We'll definitely get into that a little later, especially the perpetrators for that.
Keep those statistics.
But I want to read something from chat before we continue. So Rug says, I was 11 when peer sharing programs like LimeWire and Kazaa were in their heyday. I was able to easily find things that were only on the dark web these days. Akira says, it was relatively hard when I was a kid. You have to rely on accidents, but nowadays it's a Google search away.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's also by design.
In mind, because we're going to go over how much pornography can damage an adult's mind, let alone the developing mind of a child. Like many of those watching, I was exposed to pornography at a young age. When I, as a teenager, researched the effects of pornography use, I was told by many websites that it was simply harmless and would have no negative effects. But the truth is, there are well-documented and scientifically verified negatives to these habits, and porn organizations go to tremendous lengths to either hide or downplay these things to the general public. For the purposes of this video, the term pornography use refers to...
I wonder how much gets covered up on like a daily basis in regards to that, just so people can keep using their services without feeling guilty.
Dude.
Probably a lot of money goes into that.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane.
Individuals watching or masturbating to pornography, and citations for all of the facts presented here will be available in the description. The way pornography attracts and hooks viewers is by exploiting the body's dopamine response to sexual stimulation. This natural response is intended to make humans seek to reproduce, but pornography transforms it into a desire to view more pornography.
That's exactly. So I know you weren't here for this earlier, but we were watching a video of an Orthodox bishop who was talking about this exact thing of like how you just get into like this hypnotic trance. You're not thinking about anything else. You're just thinking about finding more and more of it, and only thinking about that.
Absolutely. And of course there's obviously like spiritual things going on and doors you're opening. But yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, 100%. 100%.
I'm trying to remember if it was Father Seraphim Rose or Saint Paisios of Mount Athos who said this. But the quote goes, pornography is the iconography of the devil. What do you think of that?
When you say iconography, in what context?
The like the spiritual sense.
I think there's many things that can be the iconography, but I definitely think porn is definitely 100% one of them, one of the many ways, one of the many it's one of them.
Yeah, one of many.
Yes.
This is why, as the phrase goes, sex sells. It's why so many people become hooked on pornography for years, if not their entire lives. The effect of dopamine from viewing pornography is very similar to the dopamine effects of addictive drugs such as methamphetamine. Advocates for pornography
really had to call me out. Really had to call me out there, Pax. I'm joking.
To argue that it's simply natural to view it. But there's never been anything natural about masturbating to two people having sex on a screen.
Like I said earlier, it's basically cuckoldry if you really think about it. Because you're basically just whacking it to like because you're not the one who's doing the act. You're watching somebody else do the act.
Yeah.
And you're getting off to it.
Absolutely.
Before diving straight into pornography's effects, we need to investigate how it went from something illegal to something that can be accessed from every computer. Most modern people are under the illusion that pornography is an eternal fact of life, an ancient, perennial aspect of human history. This perception is a result of carefully curated propaganda and marketing campaigns that have been orchestrated by extremely wealthy and powerful people. Pornographers and their cohorts have scoured and harvested the past for anything and everything that depicts or comments on human sexuality, bastardizing it all with no regard for its original intent or purpose. Pornhub even used the Venus of Willendorf, a 25,000-year-old fertility goddess idol, as evidence of vintage, so-called pornography. In reality, pornography is a relatively new phenomenon, barely 200 years old. During the initial underground rise,
I'd say it's even younger than that. Like I wouldn't even say it's a. Like, I'm sure there has been some form of it, but definitely not the way that it's viewed at now. The rise of modern pornography is primarily, if I can find the image again, it was around the time of around the 60s and the 70s.
Wow. Yeah, that's very recent.
Of pornography, most Western countries had anti-obscenity laws in.
Though actually, it really had its origins like in the 30s with photography, but
Right. Yeah.
but in terms of video, that was like in the 60s, I think maybe even the 50s, the late 50s, early 70s.
Prohibiting the production and distribution of pornographic or obscene materials. Less than 100 years ago, those producing pornography would be thrown in jail. Similar laws are still in place in many countries in the world today, and in fact, pornography is currently illegal in more countries than it is legal. After the end of the Second World War, Western obscenity laws were gradually broken down, largely through the collaborative efforts of liberals and
the Frankfurt School. Of course. Yep. Do you know what the Frankfurt School is at all, Ghostish?
I don't. You'll have to forgive my ignorance.
Alrighty, I'll teach you. So basically, it was primarily made of a bunch of Jewish communists who basically had the vested interest in trying to spread communism all across America. And you actually still see a lot of their influence in stuff like queer theory. Do you know what queer theory is?
I mean, I could take a guess, but by definition, no. But I mean, it sounds like what it sounds like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. So basically, queer theory, that's the reason why we have all the LGBT shit.
Right.
That is, I wouldn't say the origin, so to speak, but at least in today's time, you could pinpoint that down as an accurate origin point. I almost said orange point. But basically, to summarize who the Frankfurt School people are, we'll just put it at evil because of their goals and ambitions.
Western Marxists.
That's
These
crazy,
attacks on
yeah.
obscenity law coincided with attacks on the concept
School of
of
neo-Marxist is what it says here.
Race and gender. Denmark was the first country to officially legalize pornography in 1969, and other Western nations soon followed suit. To this day, the sexual revolution. Denmark was the first country to officially legalize pornography in 1969, and other Western nations soon followed suit. To this day, the sexual revolution of the 1960s and 70s is championed by the mainstream as one of the most so-called liberating acts of emancipation in human.
Pax actually does have a video about how much of a disaster the sexual revolution was. It's a very good video.
Interesting.
But you just had a bunch of hippies, who were trying to pretend to be rebellious, but they were being controlled by the powers that they're supposed to despise. And it's like, oh wow, if we just abandon all the traditional notions of marriage and sexual health, then the world is going to be a lot more of a peaceful place. No, turns out
that's so wild.
Turns out it makes the world a lot worse of a place because in general, like, one, you're going like to sleep around as much as like a lot of these people have. It's like, I mean, one, that is going against you're basically trying to rebel against God in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then also it's like they're just trying to get back at their fathers who are trying to instill decent values within them. And a lot of the things that we learn in like especially in like high school in regards to this stuff, it's like we're only really taught like the feminist perspective if you really think about it, and the feminists back in the day, even back in the 1920s, if you really think about it, it's like they were pushing. This was an inevitability. The sexual revolution, it was an inevitability of feminism.
I mean, when you mention it, it kind of makes sense. I haven't actually done the research on my own, but like I could definitely see some like correlation between the two, for sure.
And then eventually I'll like in time I'd probably show you who course, who's behind feminism, but you could, no doubt, you could also do that research on your own too. It's not very hard. These, like, the people who write these kinds of books are very, very proud people, but for some reason, when you mention them in certain circles online, they will they'll freak it. They'll just blow a gasket. It's a very weird phenomenon, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
History. In the US, pornography was legalized primarily via 2 Supreme Court cases involving a pair of pornographers, Roth versus United States and Miller versus California.
Yes, I went over these 2 cases in my video about Packer Girl. If you don't know who she is, I'll give a very short summary. Basically, she's just like this. She's like one of those culture war people, ultra libertarian. Very, very much is also a bit of the gooner type, you could say.
Okay.
And in that video, I mean, she had me blocked, but after I posted the video, not like she was probably gonna respond to it anyways, but I probably made her seethe. But I did mention these 2 court cases in it, and the reason why I did was because it's like we didn't always live with pornography being so accessible and legal. Like we used to not have this problem.
No, yeah, absolutely.
And people back in the day, for the most part, there's obviously going to be some things that slip through the cracks or whatnot, but for the most part, it's like they met their one and only, settled down, had children, and raised a family. They were not controlled by lust.
What a concept, right?
I know it's absolutely crazy. Like, not like, waiting till marriage to start having sex. Whoa, revolutionary.
Yeah. In layman's terms, these cases rendered obscenity laws obsolete by loosening the legal definition of obscenity to the point that it became meaningless. The legalization of pornography took place under the Warren Court, which also outlawed state-sponsored prayer in schools and laid the foundation for the legalization of abortion, contraception, sodomy, and same-sex marriage, among other things.
Yep. Again, I like to say that this quite often. It's like the slippery slope is not a fallacy as long as you say A leads to B and B leads to C, etc., etc. It's only a fallacy when you say A leads directly to Z, because you're missing out on so many other bits and pieces that it's like you can't properly logically articulate it.
Right, yeah.
But for something like this, absolutely, the legalization of pornography absolutely causes so many other like bad things to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, it allows whatever it, just like this video was saying, how like it loosens the definition of obscenity to basically nothing. And so like or meaningless, right? And so like when you start to allow specific things, like it's the whole concept of like you give an inch, then they take a mile, right? And so it's like, yeah, it's crazy the like how everything leads to so many bigger things.
So Ghost, here's something you should really know whenever it comes to dealing with leftists. And of course leftists push for this kind of stuff all the time, but something you should really know. All they care about is power and being able to do whatever the hell they want. That's all they value. There's a reason why they do like to consume, there's a reason why they have all these constant purity spirals, because that's like a bid for power. Like it's all just to make that individual person like feel good about the sin that they are committing. Whether it is abortion, I mean, or hell, even contraception, or especially sodomy and gay marriage. Again, it's all a power play, and it's all designed to undermine Christianity. That's why they push for the things that they push. They don't like rules, and so they want to live in some weird form of anarchy where somehow everybody is still nice to each other and they're not killing each other. To say the least, that is a pipe dream that will never happen and never should happen.
Yeah, it's a utopia like that literally isn't possible, especially like in this fallen world. Like it literally cannot exist because of the existence of, well, the current existence of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it logically it makes no sense.
Of course, invalidating obscenity laws went against the will of the American public and government, but the courts and multiple NGOs ensured it happened all the same. In the modern day, online porn is dominated by a single, highly secretive, monopolistic company, MindGeek, which...
Gee, I wonder who runs MindGeek. But anyways, it's like... This is... I remember, for a while, you actually could not mention MindGeek at all. Like, if you said that name, and I think they go under a different name now compared to like 4 years ago. I forget what it is, but they are a rather secretive company that, and it ironic as they're a very big company. It's just it reminds me of like this one joke from Bobobo where it's like you have like this guy. He's supposed to be like a master ninja, and Bobobo puts up like a wooden tree, and the guy is supposed to be like a master ninja who can see through trickery. It's like cannot see that Bobobo is so plainly behind like a cardboard tree cutout. That's what that reminds me of.
Well, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, this is my first time hearing about this company.
Yeah, they've done a very good job at like of hiding themselves. But once you learn, but for those who really have dug deep into this whole issue, it's like they add like I remember hearing about it like about MindGeek like pretty frequently.
Owns a variety of major publishing and production companies, including Pornhub, RedTube, YouPorn, etc. An even more socially damaging aspect of modern pornography are websites like OnlyFans that are targeted towards young women and encourage them to become self-employed amateur porn stars. With the breakdown of society accelerating particularly in the last 10 years, these so-called sex workers have their paychecks filled by lonely, sexually starved men, both young and old. Some might call these men simps. The simp and the porn star have perhaps the most unhealthy mutual relationship in the entire online world, where each views the other as simply a means to a nefarious end.
And that end is, again, that end is always nefarious, and
absolutely.
Sorry, I'll let you speak. Sorry.
No. I'm just I'm totally in agreement with you.
One thing, I think there is something that I kind of forgot to mention earlier on in the stream. It's like, so, I assume you know what the concept of a parasitic relationship is, right?
Yeah.
I would say, this is, I would not say this kind of relationship between the coomer and the porn star is parasitic. I think it's like, it's built on the foundation of lust and greed. Greed because you have a lot of like these OnlyFans creators. This is especially blown up with OnlyFans, but it is the same thing like before OnlyFans as well, where you have like the actors who sign contracts because they don't really have a great concept of how money works, and they're just looking for an easy way to just like make some money. But with the OnlyFans boom, it's like you especially have such a rise in greed, like, and you also have these women, they see like the audience of men who are just willing to shell out like a lot of cash just to see them like dance or do things that they really shouldn't be doing, doing weird shit like the image on the right here that Pax has pulled up. It's
Yeah.
like people are really weird, and impulse control isn't really a thing in the modern age. It really should be, but unfortunately that takes discipline to learn, and a lot of people in the modern
Yeah.
age don't have that.
Absolutely not, especially with how technology is. You know, nowadays, like it's so easy to get your dopamine fix, even as a child, and even outside of like pornography and all of that. Like it's so easy to get like a dopamine hit. So of course it's so difficult to have impulse control. Yeah,
Yep.
it's crazy.
But ultimately, what I'm getting at here, it's like and the funny thing is,
It's codependency.
yes, absolutely, it's codependency, but but something else I think that's pretty important about this relationship. It's like the woman views her, like, the people who pay for her stuff, like she despises them. She absolutely despises them, and also, like, this is propagated from the Coomer's, like, self-hatred, which could be caused by various things. That's a whole other rabbit
Yeah,
hole
that's
that
just
I
another
don't feel like
can of
subjecting
worms.
you to right now. But maybe in the future, if I decide to, like, talk about the subject as its own stream. But something like this, it is insidious on, like, many levels. It's not just
Oh, absolutely.
it's not just the he gives money to her and she basically sells her soul to Satan, so he can get his rocks off.
I mean, I would say that they're both selling their soul.
Yes, yes.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you know the phrase when the product's free, right? When the product's free, there's something else they're
Oh my
taking.
gosh. Yeah.
What else? Like, I mean, for this, he's paying for content, but it's like when it comes to, like, the free online porn or whatnot, it's like you're not paying with money, you're paying with your soul.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, it's critical to note that without the pornography mega platforms and the mass marketing campaigns behind them, most people doing these things would have never gone down that path. This is especially apparent when you see teenage girls making OnlyFans accounts as soon as they become
crazy.
This map right here, it's
Yeah, oh my
it's really
gosh.
shocking.
teen. And while we're on the topic of the porn industry, let's delve a bit further. Pornography websites are rife with abusive and inhumane videos, human trafficking, pedophilia, rape, sex slavery, and bestiality. In late 2019, a man was even arrested for posting pornographic videos on Pornhub of him raping a missing teenage girl. Pornhub.
You see how dark this gets?
Yeah.
It gets extremely dark. And people try, especially people on like Twitter or whatnot. They try to justify something so dark existing, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
Do you actually know what you're getting yourself into? Like,
They don't, dude. Like it's so insidious. Like really how it starts too is so insidious. Because of course it starts off kind of like quote unquote vanilla, right? But the more you dive deep into it, the more that what you viewed last time will not satisfy you. And so you go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until you're looking up some crazy, outlandish, disgusting things. It's insane, man. Like it's so insidious. So insidious.
and it all starts like in your subconscious, as the bishop was saying earlier. It's all in the subconscious.
Yeah.
Had monetized the videos until public outcry forced them to stop it. But even afterwards,
gosh, dude.
And even then, Pornhub was very, very resistant to actually doing that.
That's insane, man.
similar cases continue to happen. It's gotten to the point that the site has earned the nickname Trafficking Hub due to how many human traffickers post and get monetized there. On websites like Reddit, community managers from Pornhub encourage users not to report illegal activity on the website to the...
That's disgusting.
what in the actual fuck? Like, let's read this post right here. You don't need to report the URLs to an agency. That line alone, like,
Insane, dude.
And then it says just flag them. Email the URLs on Pornhub.com/support. It's very likely that if they aren't removed, it's because it's not illegal. Oh,
that's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Goes to show what they value, huh?
That's so insane.
The FBI. There are many more stories about companies like this out there. They are evil.
Actually, hold on. Let's go back.
There are many more.
Let's read this. So Avri Sapirs on X says, or Twitter, I was abused and used in CP from when I was a baby and
Oh my gosh!
until I was 15. A few
What
weeks
the?
ago, videos of me when I was a toddler in diapers being raped were uploaded to Pornhub. The videos were left up for hours, days. One got over 600 views. They were monetized with ads.
What the hell is this?
Whew, my goodness.
That's sickening.
It truly is. And again, people try to ignore this. People absolutely try to ignore this because they are so gripped by their vice that they can't look at the bigger picture of it. The more views they got, the more ads were put around and in front of the videos. I flagged the videos as underage and filled out the content removal request form, but nothing happened. I watched the view count tick up faster and faster.
More stories about companies like this out there. They are evil. Now that we understand the history of pornography.
One thing I do like about PAX's approach here, it's like, it should absolutely trigger feelings of disgust and like,
absolutely.
that feeling of, oh my goodness, like, this is stuff people need to know. As graphic as it is, it's like, people need to know. That way they know exactly what they're dealing with.
Yeah,
and
there's legitimate evil going on in the world right now. It's insane.
Yeah, and I think something like this also helps people, like, quit this stuff. It's like,
oh yeah,
you don't want to be subjected to something so evil. Like, and be a slave to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Akira says, yeah, don't tell on us or we'll get in trouble. Let us keep it in-house.
Oh my gosh, dude. So crazy.
And the industry around pornography, it's finally time to speak about its effects. While presenting information to the U.S. Senate, scientists describe pornography as similarly addictive as crack, and pornography addiction has been identified by scientists to function nearly identically to drug addiction. A 2015 study titled Neuroscience of Internet Pornography Addiction, a Review and Update, states this. The review leads to the conclusion that internet pornography addiction fits into the addiction framework and shares similar mechanisms with substance addiction. Neuroscientists have also stated that pornography hijacks.
There's a lot of studies out there, especially so I remember like when no-fap really started to like get popular or whatnot. There's a lot more studies of like just the adverse effects of pornography on the brain, even from like a few years ago. There's been a lot more.
The regular functions of men's brains and has a major impact on their
I think we should start seeing studies on what it does to women's brains as well.
Oh yeah, dude.
Especially like the weird gooner books of like, oh man,
oh dude, yeah, that's so crazy. That's part of it too. All those novels, all those like, yeah, dude, 100%.
So for us guys, we like the visual aspect of pornography because men are very visual, visual creatures. Women,
I like to call it monkey brain.
Women, they like the more like emotional stuff. It's like, it's like, oh, they like, even if it's getting like fucked by a were-turkey, it's like like there is a certain emotional language used in there. Oh yes, it gets crazy, really crazy. Like earlier, I learned that there's a title called "Pounded by Produce."
What?
It's so weird. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those authors are just men using female pseudonyms to just write a quick book. Like, really?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Like, really? Pounded by produce? It's like, you're telling, like, me, the orange, reading that, it's just like, what the actual hell is, what?
It's crazy, dude. Like, and I guarantee you that's not how it started. I guarantee you, like some chick didn't just pick that one up first, right? It led up to stuff like that.
Yes,
it
absolutely.
It's crazy.
It ramps up. Like,
yeah,
it absolutely ramps up. You don't just start off like just reading like getting pounded by vegetables, or fruits or whatnot. I don't even want to know which of my allies and which of my enemies people are in that book. But it's like, you don't just start off by. I have a feeling, at least when it comes to those books, if you start off reading something that absurd, it's like you're probably going to be turned off from reading for the rest of your life.
100%. You probably put it down.
Even if you're a woman, like, you just like what am I reading? And that's what happens to. That's what I'm seeing a lot more, like, when it comes to women criticizing this stuff. It's like they start off with reading the weirdest shit first, and then it's like they're just repulsed by reading as a whole.
100%. Yeah.
Thoughts and lives. Unfortunately, many in the medical industrial complex and mainstream media like to claim that individuals are only addicted to pornography if they're unable to resist viewing it in situations such as at work or in public. This faulty logic...
So stupid. Logic is so flawed.
The thing is, it's like they think that it's like, oh, as long as you're not doing it at work, they're trying to use the the same framing of like drug abuse or alcoholism in regards to pornography. But the difference is, it's like pornography is it's primarily a private affair. It's like, you're not just gonna have like circle jerk sessions with the boys, like how one would have, like, just cold ones with the boys, that doesn't happen.
Oh man, I mean, like, the logic is even flawed with with alcoholism and with any other with weed. Like, you can be it's called being a functional alcoholic. I mean, you can be an alcoholic and still be quote unquote responsible, not drink at work or whatever. That doesn't mean you're not addicted. Yeah, exactly.
You go crazy.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's just flawed logic.
I see.
Logic completely falls through when we apply it to other forms of addiction. Are you not an alcoholic as long as you don't drink on the job? Can someone not be addicted to drugs unless they do it in public? A far better measure to verify whether someone is addicted to porn.
Like, I was a drug addict in, like, a few years back when I was like 18, 19, and for me it's like I never, like, for me, I actually tried to do things more in private, if anything. And for me, it's like, I know, like, my sweet mates, they just had like dab pens lying around, so I just like fucking get high using their shit. I was like, it was like, my addiction to pot was like really bad.
Me too. Yeah, I also was addicted to weed.
And that did basically like kind of destroy my mind. And for me, it's like, I'm kind of like, in a way, if I know that might sound a little weird, but it's like, if I didn't like do shrooms that one time, I don't think I think I'd probably be in an asylum if I'm being honest. I was going that nuts. I didn't really have much of a choice but to take that gamble. But I've been drug free for a few years now, and I'm very grateful for that.
Nice.
I like to drink in moderation. That's about it.
Yeah. Same here. I'll have maybe like a beer or two, maybe like some whiskey, but like getting drunk is not even like a thing for me anymore. So very, very grateful.
I know for me, it's like I like me my hard liquor, but it's like I try not to go like, and I think God kind of whipped that lesson into me of it's like you now have a boundary, stick to it, and I'm obeying that boundary. So
absolutely.
But yeah.
Pornography is to see if they can abstain from it for as long as possible. If they fail to abstain for longer than a few days, they are likely addicted. Other signs of addiction include instinctively or mindlessly seeking out lewd images on social media, or telling yourself that you can quit anytime you want, you just don't want to quit right now. Someone repeating these mantras to themselves is a form of subconscious rationalization used to justify their biological addiction. When one looks at the incredibly high frequency of pornography use in the adult population, it wouldn't be unreasonable to suggest that pornography addiction is one of the most grotesquely underdiagnosed disorders in the modern world. As for pornography's other major effects, they break down into two main categories: cognitive and behavioral. These effects have some overlap, but we'll start with the cognitive. Firstly, and perhaps most importantly, frequent internet porn use has been linked to the brain being less receptive to dopamine. As psychiatrists and
I mean, hey, that's a cause of ED right there. And earlier on, we were like we discussed it's just like, you know, when you keep on seeking that kind of material out, it's like eventually you will get to the point where it's just like your dick just isn't gonna work the same as it used to before you started going down that cycle.
Yeah, because nothing will arouse you anymore, because it's the whole thing about like you start off with quote unquote vanilla, and then you go down the rabbit hole, and sooner or later like you need more and more grotesque things to arouse you. Like it's very insidious.
Like I mentioned earlier, like how like some people think that they're, you know, I mentioned how like the story of like how some people like think that they're the opposite sex, and it's like it's because of that cycle. They start off with the quote unquote vanilla stuff, and then they go on to more depraved things.
Yeah.
Analyst Norman Doidge writes in his book, The Brain That Changes Itself, although people's brains are fully developed by the age of 25, they continually change and grow throughout your lifetime. The brain physically adapts to new knowledge and lifestyle choices, including bad habits, by rewriting itself and forming new neural pathways and erasing old ones. This is known as neuroplasticity. Our brain's neural pathways are reinforced via regular usage.
If we didn't have that, then
dude, I'd be cooked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like if you became addicted to like to pornography or whatnot, it's like you would not. If we didn't have neuroplasticity, we would not be able to recover from that. We just have a bunch of people who are just terminal gooners.
Yeah, dude, since the age of 10, bro, cooked. That's it.
As someone uses internet.
Let's see. Okairo said, I haven't been paying much attention to chats. I'm sorry, guys. I must be an oddity. I've seen porn, and while I was a teenager, I found it great, but as an adult, it's all fake and worthless. And then he further says, PTSD would be far, far more common if it didn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
Internet pornography on a regular basis, the brain is receiving continuous, extreme blasts of dopamine that required little to no effort to achieve. This in turn makes it less receptive to the chemical. As a result, other research has linked frequent internet porn use to hypofrontality, which destroys your memory and is associated with ADHD and depression, and some research has even linked it to the loss of the vital brain tissue, gray matter. Now, onto behavioral effects.
I've seen those studies in regards to gray matter. Like it's so it's so important to neurological function. And that's an understatement right there.
The first notable behavioral effect of frequent internet porn use is the buildup of tolerance, or desensitization, to regular sex acts. This results in porn users, over time, seeking out more and more extreme or novel types of porn to get the same sexual high. In a study by 2 American professors, titled, "Does Deviant Pornography Use Follow a Gutman-like Progression?" it was found that the longer individuals had used porn in their life, the more likely they were to deliberately seek out child pornography or bestiality.
Hey, why don't you know? I think that applies awfully well to Vosh.
So crazy, man.
This is in part due to the aforementioned overstimulation of dopamine to the brain that's caused by pornography use. There is also evidence that suggests that some people's feelings of homosexuality and transsexuality can be linked to porn-caused desensitization.
Wow.
And it doesn't even end there. Those who masturbate to online porn are far more likely to develop erectile dysfunction and report significantly more difficulty getting aroused by a real-life partner. Tellingly, rates of erectile dysfunction today are at historic highs and have been rising every decade. Furthermore, porn users are far more likely to believe that sexually aggressive or deviant acts are normal. And this normalization of sexual aggression is linked to higher rates of committing sexually aggressive acts. As we would expect, when something is normalized in a person's mind, they're far more likely to engage in it. This fact is even more insidious when we consider that some influential people have recently suggested that giving pedophiles simulated child pornography will somehow protect children from being abused.
Nope.
Bro,
Nope.
what?
Absolutely not. Because what happens, and I think I've even seen I've even seen like some other I think it's like some Orthodox priests who say it's like no, they absolutely still would want the real thing. And simulated CP, Kyra says, simulated CP would make it worse. Far, far worse.
Oh, 100%.
Because they're never gonna be satisfied with just the simulated thing.
No.
Eventually, they are gonna want the real thing. And this is why it's so laughable to suggest, oh, just have AI take care of the job. It's like, but it's like, first off, you're training an AI module off of highly unethical and illegal content. Two, that novelty factor is going to wear off, and what will happen? They'll start seeking the real thing, and in due time, they'll pay. They'll be arrested for trying to do horrible things to a child.
Oh my gosh, man, that's so just gross, man. Like, just the thought of trying to like train AI models on that, like, is terrible idea.
Yep, and it's only going to backfire. It's only going to backfire.
Finally, we need to talk about porn's connection to divorce. Many believe that pornography somehow helps marriages, but the numbers reflect anything
No, it doesn't.
Around 60% of divorce cases report that pornography was a significant issue. Further, research has found that porn-free relationships have higher levels of commitment and lower levels.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder
what
why,
a concept.
I wonder why porn-free relationships have an increase in commitment and a downward trend in infidelity. I wonder. Well, what do you think, Ghostish? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as someone who was addicted for a very long time and struggled with this, like, I mean, like, I didn't have any trouble with commitment and infidelity, but like I mean, physically, but mentally, you know what I mean? Which is still adultery of the heart. So it's like, I mean, 100%, like it. Yeah, as someone who is currently going through a divorce, yeah, 100%.
Oh wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drop that on,
No,
like,
it's,
yeah. I mean,
it's
it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, just a matter of fact kind of thing.
I see.
Yeah.
The conclusions were that pornography can encourage an individual to seek adulterous activities regardless of whether they're happy or satisfied in a relationship. Now there's a few other pornography myths that are worth debunking. No, masturbation does not reduce your chances of prostate cancer.
Oh my gosh, dude. This is so like what's it called? Like quote unquote common knowledge, right? Like common knowledge isn't like it's pushed so much.
And yet the thing is, it's like in terms of reduction of prostate cancer, do you want to know what actually reduces the chance of prostate cancer?
What?
A healthy lifestyle.
Yeah,
So,
go figure.
Go figure. If you, just in general, when it comes to any type of cancer, do live an active, healthy lifestyle.
Studies on that
try
subject
fasting too.
are contradictory at best, with some even finding higher rates of prostate cancer in frequent masturbators. If you're actually trying to reduce prostate cancer, proven methods are having a healthy diet. No, the availability of pornography is not why rates of crime have decreased. As was previously mentioned, pornography increases feelings of sexual aggression.
So there's like a study that a lot of people don't actually know what they're citing, and it's like they think if porn is just legal, that means sexual crime goes down. It's like no. That is the most causation study I've ever seen. It's so flawed.
Yeah,
in
that's
so many
100%
ways.
flawed. It doesn't even make logical sense. Like, what's their stance, right? It's just like if porn was legal.
So they think that if all types of pornography, and then keep in mind that includes child pornography too. They think that sex crime is going to go down. Fewer rapes will happen. Pedophilia.
That literally logically makes zero sense.
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. If anything, you're trying to normalize the behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. You're desensitizing people. Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy.
Not lowers them. Further, we can look at the so-called golden age of pornography to see this. During this time, between 1969 and 1984, pornography experienced unprecedented exposure and commercial success, and during that same time period, U.S. crime rates rose to extreme levels.
Man, do you want to know who the do you want to know who the majority of people that produce pornography are? Do you want to know?
What do you mean? In what context?
So it's primarily in the religious context, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to know?
Absolutely.
Jews.
What?
Yep. So one of the the people who own MindGeek and a lot of the other like pornography websites, it's verifiable information. It's not just conspiracy. It's not just conspiracy stuff. It's like
right.
I read this rather infamous quote before from a Mr. Al Goldstein. Basically, it was from a book written by Luke Ford, called XXX Communicated, A Rebel Without a Shoal, and Ford asks Goldstein why Jews were dramatically, and still are, overrepresented in the porn industry, and he answers, the only reason that Jews are in pornography is because we think that Christ sucks. Catholicism sucks. We don't believe in authoritarianism. Pornography thus becomes a way of defiling Christian culture. This is a real quote, mind you. I'm not pulling your leg or anything. This is a real quote. Pornography thus becomes a way of defiling Christian culture, and as it penetrates to the very heart of American mainstream, and no doubt consumed by those very same white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, its subversive character becomes more charged.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It gets
deeper. What is the only religion that is a threat to this world? That is so insane, man. Crazy. Wow.
And the thing, and also, did you know that a rabbi owns Pornhub?
What?
Yep. That's every now and then that like that headline. It's a puff piece ultimately, but its whole thing. It's like, oh wow, look at this rabbi. He's such a good heckin' wholesome person for owning Pornhub, and it's just like that was something that red pilled me pretty hard actually. It's like, oh my goodness, it's crazy. It truly is crazy.
That's so insane. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like you'd think that it's like that like in my mind I was like, wait a second. How does I thought, and then I was like, oh, I see. Thank you, Talmud, for enlightening me about that. Anyways.
Solomon Friedman. That's so crazy. Wow.
The rabbit hole gets deeper, but I don't want to make you.
Yeah,
I don't want to make you
yeah.
go insane tonight. That for me it was a gradual process. Same with everyone else who eventually became noticers. So.
Drop in crime rate since the
going.
1990s has been explained by experts as a wide variety of factors that have nothing to do with pornography. And finally, it's often claimed by pro-pornography sources that pornography can reduce stress.
No.
But pornography's effect on stress is similar to that of marijuana. It may provide some relief in the short term, but it's long.
Or nicotine.
That
Which I also was addicted to. Used to be.
Yeah, my twin brother was a nicotine addict. Basically, it's like it provides stress in the short term, but long term it has disastrous consequences.
Long-term chemical effects on the brain produce more stress, not less. Again, ways to actually reduce stress are things like listening to relaxing music or exercising.
Going
now,
to church too.
On a lighter note, the good news for pornography users is that you can still quit. Many of the negative effects talked about in this video can be reversed if someone spends enough time abstained from pornography. Other good habits to pick up after quitting porn are things like fixing your diet, starting to exercise every day, taking up creative hobbies, and things like that. There will be some resources in the description to help those who are truly trying to quit, including the PMO Hackbook. Quitting porn, of course, won't fix all of your problems, but it's an excellent improvement to make. So finally, it's time to speak about what can actually be done to stop this porn problem that's plaguing our civilization. Fortunately,
I know for some people who might be watching the VOD, they're gonna be like, no, you can't do that. You can't do what he's about to suggest. No, you can't do that. My free market democracy.
there is some bipartisan agreement that pornography is a problem. The most recent Gallup poll that measured people's moral views on pornography showed a strong majority who believe it's morally impermissible. Unfortunately, with the way the United States government works, this issue is still in the hands of the Supreme Court. As long as they continue to view pornography as so-called free speech, it will be incredibly hard to pass legislation.
I have to ask you, Ghostish, what is being said when Riley Reid goes gluck gluck?
Who?
Some porn star.
Oh.
Any porn star goes gluck gluck. What profound wisdom is being spouted?
Definitely not wisdom. Definitely not wisdom.
Yeah, exactly. My point is with this, it's like, it's not saying anything. It's just obscene. It's obscene for the sake of being obscene.
Absolutely.
Legislation against it. Now you might be thinking that the courts have too much power, and that this undermines the will of the people and the other branches of government. And you'd be right. Judicial supremacy is one of the worst things to happen to the United States. However, regardless of this, those who know the truth about pornography should continue to raise awareness, and to make sure that as many people as possible, especially those in positions of power, know these truths and are pushed to take action. Who knows, if every Supreme Court justice saw this video, perhaps they would reconsider their view of pornography, and thus make rulings accordingly. One thing is certain though, as long as this problem continues unaddressed, our civilization will continue its downward trajectory, and the lives of hundreds of millions, potentially billions, will continue to be negatively affected by porn. Those who say that banning pornography wouldn't have much effect severely underestimate the impact that having legal penalties for pornographers and shutting down their mega platforms would have. If these things were done, you'd find that the pornography industry would dry up very quickly. The final point I would like to make is to point out how the over-sexualization of our society is not simply a result of the porn industry alone. The mainstream media, as well as academia, continue to buy into the sexual revolution's myth that sexual liberation and licentiousness are the true meaning of freedom. They continue to adamantly oppose the value of traditional sexual morality. Thus, in order for society to become healthier, these institutions as well must have their courses corrected. During the course of making this video, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see several high-profile YouTubers doing no-fap. No-fap being the common term online to refer to avoiding porn.
I'm on no-fap because I wanted to end enslavement to myself. I wanted to be
Let's
in
go.
complete control of every decision that I make. No-fap changed my life. I said it once and I will say it again. 1,000 days ago, I made the best choice of my life. I started no-fap.
While the struggles of the present and future may be great, through hard work, perseverance, and moral courage, we can make positive change to both ourselves and our society.
Alrighty.
This has been PaxTube.
Alrighty, so that was the first part of our double feature here tonight, Ghost. But what are your thoughts on the video?
There's a lot of information that like I knew only because of my history, and it was more so finding out that information the hard way, and finally being free. Praise God. But there's a lot of information that I didn't know. It's actually really crazy the amount of just how deep the rabbit hole really goes and how insidious. Like, I mean, I always knew that the porn industry was insidious, but like to actually put information to actually have information revealed is pretty crazy.
Eye-opening.
Yeah, it's 100% eye-opening.
50,000.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue.
Me too. Yeah.
Alrighty, I am back. Alrighty, so I will get the next part of our double feature ready. Let's see. I see Rug and Okairo are having a bit of a debate in the comments here. In general, when it comes to speech, it's like, you should actually be... I don't think two people just boning out of the blue is any sort of speech. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Welcome back,
I'm
Ghost.
back. Thank you.
I know. I was just I was just commenting on the little bit of an argument that broke out in the chat, but that's fine. But the next part of our double feature is how hentai destroys your mind. You might think.
Yep.
You might think if obviously some parts of this are gonna repeat, but there's a whole other facet of what's going on when you consume hentai compared to the 3D, as some would say, 3D pornography.
Yeah, 3D versus 2D.
Yeah, that stuff. But let's get started, shall we?
Hentai. Few things on the modern internet are as destructive. That's not an exaggeration. We live in a time where the average person takes it for granted that porn and hentai don't harm them, when in reality all scientific research shows they do. So how did we get here, and what can be done about it? Anime is the definition of a medium with big ups and big downs. On one hand, it can be a beautiful art style that produces brilliant shows. There are thousands of anime fans who enjoy their favorite anime without making it weird. Anime can produce many meaningful discussions about themes and messages. But just as the culture surrounding anime has its highs, it has its dark lows.
What are your thoughts on the lows of the anime community, like the overall anime community?
Man, that is a whole other dark hole. I was actually thinking about this before you played the video. I was just like I would almost argue that hentai is worse than 3D porn.
I could see where you're coming from in that regard, especially with the weird shit that people get into.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The crazy thing about anime, and this is I make this argument for live action movies too, and the reason why like with anime you could literally do anything, as long as you can animate it. As long as you can draw it, you can animate it, you can do crazy things. With live action, you need CGI. Well, nowadays CGI, right? But back then, you're limited 100%. And so that goes both pros and cons, both the highs and the lows, right? And so it's there's a lot of just crazy weird stuff out there that that happens in 2D that just is not possible in 3D.
Let's see. Okaira says Chibi reviews counts as a low for me. Yeah, I was ripping on him pretty hard this stream. So I agree with that. My goodness, I know some people call him Anime Tim Pool. That's correct, but I don't think Tim Pool is an uber degenerate. So I mean, he's not posting about how he loves incest and how much of a lolicon he is. Anyways, let's continue.
Hentai is the darkest of them all. In 2020, I made a video titled How Pornography Destroys Your Mind. Everything I said in that video is as true today as it was then. In fact, since I made that video, even more research on the negative effects of pornography has come out. The mountain of proof continues to grow ever higher, and there's no end in sight. First of all, for people not acquainted with what hentai means, here's its definition. Hentai is a work of anime or manga, or any similar medium, that contains sexual or pornographic art. To simplify, anime is a popular Japanese art style. Hentai is anime depicting sex. For this reason, the hentai industry could basically be viewed as the dark counterpart of the anime industry. While anime and manga focus mainly on actually telling stories, hentai focuses on being sexual material. Now, to be clear here, hentai is a form of pornography and meets the dictionary definition of it. However, despite this, there remains a vocal minority who seem to think that somehow hentai doesn't have the same negative effects as real porn. They've convinced themselves.
It's Digibro.
Crazy.
Oh man. If you don't know who Digibro is, he is an anime YouTuber who trooned out not that long ago. I think it was like either 2024 or 2023, but basically he was like on the front lines of promoting all this sort of degeneracy to all sorts of degeneracy to his rather young audience, and a lot of the people who are trying to rationalize their degeneracy you could kind of trace them back to, you know, watching certain anime YouTubers like Digibro.
That's so crazy, man. Like your audience, if you know your audience is young, dude, like that's so crazy. The amount of influence that like these people have. Oh man.
And also the thing is,
stop gooning.
A lot of the people who, you know, some of the people who watched like people like Digibro or whatnot or other degenerates, it's like they also have their own channels, like Nux Taku, for instance. He likes to use cropped hentai images in his thumbnails.
Wow.
I know he's
That's
been a hot topic as of late, but
yeah. Another thing that's crazy to me too is like people who put like ahegao stickers on their cars, bro, or like in public. I'm just like, dude, are you serious? Like
there's a guy who goes a guy who goes to my gym where it has like a nigh, actually no, it quite literally is a nude Bulma tattoo. I'm just like, and he doesn't even try to cover it up.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
I'm
like
not
there's
trying to like gossip or anything. It's I'm
no,
using that to like
yeah.
make a point of just like,
It's
what is going on? What is going on?
we're just society is so desensitized, you know what I mean? Like people don't think about, people are just like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna rep this because like it's cool, or I feel really strongly about this, but you don't realize like the kind of impact you're making to people who see that, specifically kids. You know what I mean? You walk around in public and like it's not like you can, you know, just like, unless you cover it up, but if you don't cover it up, or if you go to a pool, if you go to a public pool where kids are around,
they're just seeing
like
nude Bulma. They're just seeing nude Bulma from like the Dragon Ball era of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, like it's sad. It's really sad.
I don't get why you'd want to have that like on your, like just on you. Doesn't even matter where it is. It's like why? I don't get it.
Yeah.
They're
blind,
because
man.
hentai is drawn, masturbating to it will somehow have no effect on them.
Let's see. Rugg says, real porn is exploitative and it's a whole seedy industry that causes harm, but fictional drawn porn where impossible fantasies are the thing is arguably more destructive for consumers.
Oh, 100%.
Scrambling the brains.
Not only
thoughts on tattoos in general. I
commented.
want to.
But go ahead.
I want a tattoo. I've wanted a tattoo for a while. But what I wanted changed after I got saved.
I'll be making the case in this video that
I know for me, I'm especially on women, I'm repulsed by tattoos. I will not date a woman with a tattoo or one who
Fair
wants
enough.
to get a tattoo. I don't like them. Doesn't look good to me. It doesn't look good on women. I think there's something in their head that's like they're just trying to like act up because you know, daddy issues or whatnot.
hentai is probably even worse for you than actual pornography. A bold claim, but give me the chance to make my case. And now, with the stage all set, let's get into exactly how hentai destroys your mind. To the average person, hentai probably doesn't sound like it's an issue outside of Japan. But in the last 2 decades, that's all changed. Hentai websites generate tens of millions of views from people across the planet, not just Asia. Pornhub, the biggest porn site in the world, released a report in 2019 that found that hentai was its most searched category. Any online anime fan has heard of
Probably still is, if I'm taking a guess.
Yeah.
Probably still is.
Yeah.
someone who's
I'm not
watched
surprised.
hentai. Hentai websites are widely shared anywhere anime is discussed. Hentai may have started in Japan, but in a way it's also not truly Japanese. Before 1945, Japan enforced strict censorship laws that forbade depiction of the sex acts shown in hentai. Japan, like much of the world, had strict moral values that the population was expected to abide by. It was only after World War II, when a liberal government was enforced on Japan by the United States, that hentai began to emerge.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Basically, do you want to know why why we did this? Like
Why?
in terms of that, it's submission. Basically, it's like Japan submits to us.
It's a power move.
Yeah, they did. Even though Japan is actually a pretty good ally at the end of the day, despite this, because in some ways, what America did for the country after World War II did contribute to like the massive financial growth in the 80s. At the same time, it's like there's always consequences. Always.
Oh, absolutely.
Wrote the Japanese Constitution, repealing Japan's former censorship laws.
One of them.
From that point on, slowly but surely, pornography of all kinds was shown to the population under the guise of freedom of speech. One might look at it as a sick way for the occupiers to pacify the Japanese people.
Exactly. And I also see this. In general,
Wow.
I see pornography as pacification from it, like from an occupying force. That's how I think of it, at least. Because and I see so many people defend it, and it's just like, dude, you're literally being pacified right now.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think personally, it's this world that we currently live in. I don't think it's gonna be. And this is actually like me being optimistic. It's like I don't think the current world order is gonna last for much longer. Too many things are happening now. Too many people are starting to notice what's going on, and people are just fed up with it. A lot of people are fed up with it.
But regardless of it,
propaganda, Scurvy. As for how Japan got to where it is today, I and my boy in Discord could tell you how the U.S. enslaved Japan.
Its origins, the problem of hentai is no longer.
Cairo, I have a feeling that might be, my sponsor, the Dragon's Treasure Tea. If I were to put a hunch, you could always use code ScurvyRum at checkout to get 10% off your entire order.
Small or distinctly Japanese.
Had to do a bit of shilling there.
Today, it's gone international. If you don't see any problem with this, let's recap just some of the scientifically proven negative effects of online porn. High chance of addiction, increased erectile dysfunction, loss of motivation, desensitization to normal sex acts, dulling of dopamine receptors, higher chance of divorce, and much more. If you're someone who ever watched porn or hentai on a regular basis, be honest with yourself. You likely felt some or all of these problems.
Yep.
One common argument defenders of hentai make is that hentai itself isn't harmful to a person, but rather the harm supposedly comes from.
Oh no!
Yo,
look at the
pray
shirt
for
that
them.
he's wearing.
Pray for them. Like it's like it. When I see these people, when I see the anime man, and when I see Connor and Giguk, and I'm just like, man, like, imagine what you could do for your community if you just quit porn, hentai. If you started doing better reviews for like other anime and stuff like that, like I my heart goes out to these people because like I guarantee you, I mean with the way that they talk about it, they're addicted too.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I know.
Like
I know one of those people there are like I think it's the person we have paused here. Is that the anime man?
That's the anime man, yeah.
Yeah, I know he's basically he played again like he is quite the he tries to deny it, but he himself is a lolicon.
Oh, that's sad.
From their own shame for watching it.
No doubt we're gonna be.
This is a sophisticated tactic of blaming the victims and deflecting blame from the true source of the problem. It's like saying to someone whose health is being destroyed by cigarettes that it's only happening because they're ashamed that they used the cigarettes. Other people acknowledge the harm of hentai on the individual, but defend it by saying that it only affects the person viewing it and has no effect on broader society. But as I'll demonstrate in this video, that's clearly wrong. It doesn't even pass a common sense check. Hentai is broadcast openly on the internet to millions, not to the individual. Japanese sociologist Kamiyo Ito studied hentai's effects for years and found in his research that it was causing men to retreat from real life into a world of imagination.
Oh, wow, I'm not surprised.
I remember.
It makes so much sense.
I remember reading I think it might have been a quote from a saint or something in regards to the imagination of just like, if you let your imagination run so wild, you'll just start entertaining all sorts of corrupt ideas. It's something akin to that. But I was like, that applies to just like so many people who are just especially addicted to pornography or whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Men were no longer interested in real women or real relationships, and were content to spend their days masturbating to fantasies. The effects of this trend on society are predictably catastrophic. Japan is of course the main creator and exporter of hentai, and it's viewed there more than any other country. Surveys there in recent years found that 70% of Japanese men aged 18 to 34 aren't in a relationship, and about half of this group have no interest in one. Japanese culture has become full of bizarre and freakish sexual things, such as public masturbation booths and buying small panties from vending machines.
Yep,
This all
it gets like in terms of just the kind of stuff that's allowed in Japanese society. It's like it gets so bizarre and so weird. It's like you have, I mean, then again, they also sell like hentai manga, like just out, like some stores sell hentai like out in the open. It's like they're not even trying to hide.
Yeah,
it's so bizarre. It's so
pray for Japan, man.
Yeah,
like Japan needs Jesus.
Absolutely. I know there's a minority in terms of the Catholic population. There's an even tinier Orthodox Christian population, but hopefully they're able to help their country out in a time where they really need Christ.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ito's theory that hentai is causing Japanese youth to retreat from the real world into a fantasy world. And while we obviously can't blame hentai for all of this, it's certainly a key part.
Yeah, that too, Okairo, that too.
Trends in Japan, of course, can be extrapolated to the rest of the world. As I said, hentai can be addictive to anyone, not just the Japanese. And if you think that all sounded bad, buckle up, because we're just getting started. Something that makes hentai potentially even worse than regular porn is that, due to being animated and cartoonish, it's especially likely to draw in young people. Remember that the average age people first see porn online is the age of 11. A young person on the internet might stumble upon hentai because the animation style looks like other cartoons they've watched. To make matters even worse, pornographers often use characters from popular kids shows like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, and even Western shows in extreme porn. This draws in younger and younger people to make a habit of watching hentai. And all of this is happening at the same time that actual scientific research has found that almost nothing stunts a young person's sexual development more than using online porn. Now, a hentai defender might say, but their parents just shouldn't let them watch it.
Yeah, I love encountering this cope all the time. It's like, no, it's not just a parent problem. it goes far beyond.
Absolutely.
Far beyond that. Because what about when, let's just say they're on they're on they're in recess on the school grounds, and one of their friends just suddenly shows them hentai. What about that? What about that? Is that the parents' fault?
Yeah, that's why it's like so many people advocate for if you can afford it, right? Because it's so expensive to do so, but homeschooling. You know what I mean?
There's
Like,
so many things you could. With the advent of AI, homeschooling has gotten
oh
so much
my
cheaper.
gosh. Well, yeah, but it's not just that, but it's not so much the expense of like keeping your kid home. It's more so the expense at like either hiring someone or you're teaching your kids yourself, and so now like you're not, yeah.
But this ignores that not all parents take proper care of their kids. If they did,
Khan
we wouldn't
Academy
be in
and
this
Grok,
situation.
that's the route I'm going.
And some simply don't understand just how bad the problem of porn and hentai on the internet is. No matter what, by leaving this issue completely unregulated, millions of kids are being left to the wolves. Hentai advocates, predictably, have no recourse for these people left behind. The truth is that people that advocate for hentai want more people addicted. They want more people who are just...
Look at that!
Crazy.
People wear this shit in public, and it's just like, why? Do you have no shame?
It's crazy. Crazy.
If we lived in a different society, I would just say something. I absolutely would say something, but we cannot judge. We cannot judge.
It's true though. You know what I mean?
Righteous judgment is a good thing. The thing is, it's just the thing is with judgment, right? Or at least this is how I learned it. It's like you shouldn't be making like baseless accusations about people. Like you shouldn't be spreading lies. Like you shouldn't be doing that, spreading false judgment. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, you have every right to call it a duck.
Oh, well, when it comes to judgment, biblical judgment, right? Biblically speaking, we as Christians I don't want to say can. We as Christians should only be judging other Christians. And judging in this sense is to hold each other accountable, right?
Yes.
We have no right to judge other people who are not in the faith. That's biblical, right? For who are we to judge someone who doesn't worship the same God? And that's God's job. Now, when it comes to judging inside of the church, however, that is when we need to be strong about that and hold each other accountable.
Yeah,
and
I also want to differ. I think we kind of differ here, and that's because of like again, I'm an Orthodox Christian, and
sure.
But, so yeah, we have some different views in regards to that, but that's fine.
But we have the same Bible, right?
Yes, of course. I'm just saying in regards to judging or whatnot. I'm trying to think if there might be there's probably definitely something from the definitely something in there that I'm just not thinking of right now, but yeah, like absolutely there is 100% merit in what you said. It's like, especially in regards to judging each other too. It's like there's the whole thing about the plank of wood in one's eye. Like
yeah.
I know.
Well,
was that in the book of Matthew, or was it? Because I swear it was in one of the Gospels.
It is definitely in one of the Gospels. And it's basically like, so Jesus never says do not judge, right? All he says is what you like, the measure that you judge will be held against you as well. So basically, like if you judge then that standard that you're exactly, that standard that you're holding other people to is going to be held to you.
Exactly.
So it's more so be careful, right?
Yeah.
But also in I think one of the books after Acts, right, Paul says that we should be judging other Christians, but who are we to judge those outside of the faith?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Just like
Absolutely.
them. Speaking of children, we should now talk about how hentai actually gets much darker than just showing sex. We can start with one of the most disgusting examples, the lolicon genre. Now the term lolicon itself should immediately ring alarm bells to any normal person.
Do you want to know what the term lolicon actually means in regards to like English, Japanese, what's the term? Vernacular. Like if you translate it from Japanese to English.
What is it?
Pedophile. Quite literally translates to pedophile. And my source is one of the most popular like English Japanese vernacular translators. I've sent a screenshot of said website to actually Dusty in chat. So I could definitely send it to you if you're looking for like the proof or whatnot. I just have to dig through a little bit. But yeah. That's a reason why it's like, and I know it's one of those terms that it's like, you know, it could be a little lost in translation because I did learn the history of the term from like actually another friend of mine. He likes to show up in chat every now and then, but yeah,
this is because it's based on the phrase Lolita, which is a synonym for a young prepubescent girl.
Yeah.
And this genre is exactly as
It makes
twisted
sense now.
as you would expect. It shows sex involving.
I mean, I've made an over hour-long video on the subject, like on this alone. Like it gets darker than what Pax is talking about here.
Young prepubescent girls, from
I go into the
preteens
origins
down
of
to
it.
toddlers.
There's a reason why
Lolicon
I
hentai
age
essentially
restricted
glorifies and popularizes child sex abuse to a wide audience. What are the effects of this? Well, we do know that over time, viewers of porn are desensitized to the acts they watch. When you couple this with lolicon, it paints a dark picture. Psychotherapist Sam Luley emphasized how hentai can desensitize people's minds. As a psychotherapist who specializes in sexuality, one trend I've seen over the years is how prolonged viewing of hentai can eventually impact one's arousal template. In other words, what people used to find arousing may no longer be enough, and the more deviant forms of sexualization become the new norm of arousal. He wrote about lolicon specifically. What can be problematic is that these types of cartoon depictions of willing, childlike sexual encounters normalize children as appropriate sexual partners. When a child is sexualized, the old social norms that protect children as off-limits are chipped away at and blurred. Thus, any kind of objectification of children as sex objects can either legitimize child sexual abuse or minimize its impact.
And the thing is, with that alone, it's like there's a reason why these safeguards exist. Children absolutely deserve to be protected from monsters who would want to take advantage of them.
Absolutely.
And when those standards are chipped away, that's the consequence. That is the natural consequence of exactly that.
Absolutely. Man, it's so sad, man.
You heard the psychotherapist. Let's trust the science. But sadly, even this lowest form of hentai has its defenders.
This 12-year-old girl, yes, maybe a 12-year-old girl, but it is just a drawing of a fictional 12-year-old girl. Nobody can do anything directly to this 12-year-old girl that will put them in harm's way in any kind of physical or emotional sense, because this 12-year-old girl you speak of never existed in the first place.
Well done addressing an argument that absolutely no one is making. The issue is the viewer, not the character. But people who argue in favor of this do not.
I'd also argue the creator as well, because
Yeah, absolutely.
quite a few mangaka are indeed lolicons, and some people are like just unabashedly say, "Oh wow, you know, this guy is one of us." But also, you have people who misinterpret. I know people were saying, you know, the Berserk creator is a lolicon. No, he isn't. No, he is not. Kentaro Miura is not a lolicon.
Do so in good faith. They are essentially all either terminally online porn addicts or actual pedophiles. You might find them on websites like Twitter, where their feed is nothing but them arguing with normal people who are against sexualizing children. One trend I've noticed with these people is how they make being a lolicon their entire personality. It's all they talk about. They have destroyed their life and identity so much with their porn habit that it's now all they can identify with. It would be a sad and pitiable state, if not for the fact that they desire to pull everyone else down with them. There's one particular case that should be noted here.
Yep, that exactly, Okairo. Chibi and Savvy. Well, Chibi Reviews is indeed he calls himself a lolicon, yes. And Savvy defends honestly a lot of things that are really indefensible because she has family issues. That's why. Let's see. Whoever was in that video at the 9-minute mark, the anime man, and he's yeah, he does look Indian. Yep. Anyways, we'll continue the video, and no doubt I'm gonna have a lot more to say on this guy in particular.
On YouTube, there's a highly viewed video defending lolicon by a user named Mr. Cynical. He also goes by the name Burn or Rika, and you'll soon see why he's always changing his name. One of the key arguments of his video is that fiction supposedly doesn't impact a person in reality. Never mind all the science I just talked about. He claims that someone can be sexually attracted to animated children without being sexually attracted to real children. Well, Mr. Cynical later admitted to engaging in sex tourism in Thailand with child prostitutes.
Everyone's like, "Oh, you rape these children." Rape these children. I'm like, no, it's fuck rape. You know, that guy.
Well, you still fucked him, right?
Yeah, I had sex with him. Just.
And wait, that was in Thailand.
Yes.
Sex tourism especially that variety, is a real problem in Thailand. You got a bunch of these pedophile Westerners going over there because Thailand has some rather lax age of consent laws. I'm exaggerating. I am exaggerating that they are too lax, way too lax.
Shit.
He also posted sexualized pictures of his underage sister's feet to the internet. This man spent an entire 40-minute video arguing how viewing child hentai doesn't make someone a pedophile, and then ended up being an active pedophile. Understand that this is the kind of person who defends
and then the opposite, the opposite thing of I see this from those who argue in favor of lolicon a lot. It's like they have like a list of, it's like what, 40-something individuals who vehemently argue against it, and they turn out to be pedophiles. And at first I was like, oh my goodness, and now I'm just like, well, in my mind, if a pedophile is saying something is pedophilic, and again, these are also people who manage to have lolicon on their hard drives. It's like,
right,
there might be, I think there's some merit to that claim.
Yeah, I agree.
lolicon.
That's what you call ironic.
Now with hentai, it isn't even just lolicon that's the problem. Hentai is full of disgusting and unnatural fetishes that it sells to its viewers. Rape, torture, bestiality, gore, it's all there. The hentai industry is actively creating people whose views of sex are utterly horrifying. And this doesn't just impact minors. As has been discussed, adults also suffer from many negative health outcomes, both physical and mental, from watching it. Hentai also shouldn't be seen as just a male problem. It certainly affects men the worst, but women, especially young women, are also badly impacted by it. Take this story of a girl whose boyfriend introduced her to hentai when she was just 16. I'll never forget the first hentai video he linked me. As an innocent girl who had rarely seen a naked body, the exaggerated childlike women and bold, confident men portrayed in the cartoons ensnared me at once.
But fiction doesn't have an impact, right?
Crazy, man.
Fiction doesn't do that.
The more I watched, the more violent ones I saw, the darker my thoughts about sex and relationships became. One day, I asked the boy if he would ever tie me up like the boys in hentai. He replied with the dirtiest, most graphically explained message about exactly what he planned to do. And there, I started with roleplay. Eventually, she did get out of that lifestyle, but she concludes by saying, "The scars of that secret online life dig deep."
That's something else too. It's like a lot of people, especially when they quit, it's like when they talk about like their addiction, it's like I could very much tell that it's like the scars do run deep. They really
Absolutely.
do.
Absolutely. I mean, go ahead.
Because something like that, it's like, how can you leave and not be like unfazed? That doesn't seem possible.
It's not.
Things will linger, but the best you could do is, well, pray.
Yeah, pray. I mean, as someone who was addicted to porn and hentai for close to 20 years, even though, praise God, those chains are broken, even though like I quit, and even though it's not part of my life anymore, those scars still run deep. You know, like even watching these videos and watching, like, I still like flinch or cringe at you know, some of the things that like just like I wouldn't say like I don't get any urges anymore, you know what I mean? And temptation is like pretty easy for me to kind of like take every thought captive and make it obedient to Christ. But like even like seeing an ahegao face, like I have an internal reaction to it of just like a mixture of like I just like cringe back at it. It's like it's disgust, yeah, absolutely, but it also scratches at the scars that like have formed in like throughout my life. Like addiction in any sense of it, it's like popping open a beer in front of someone who was an alcoholic, right? Or like someone who was addicted to weed, when they come across, like they walk by an alley and they smell you know, the weed odor.
Yeah.
You know, they can smell weed. Like smell is another thing. Sorry, this is kind of a tangent, but smell like brings back memories. I read somewhere, and do your own research, right? But like smell is like one of the things that is linked the strongest to memories.
Yeah, it's quite the strong trigger. It's like whenever you, like, for me, whenever I smell like whenever I smell something like baked, I'm just like, wow, it takes me back to my childhood of going to the bakery and getting like a cookie.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And when it comes to weed, whenever I smell that, I can get pretty mad. And like, at least in my mind, it's just like especially when I was living in the area, like in my apartment, it's like going outside is just like, oh my goodness, the smell of weed it could get a little overwhelming, and I'm on the spectrum myself, so I'm just like, I like, because of that, and also just my past with it, it's just like I could get really, really annoyed.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime like I smell it, like I have I wouldn't say like a physical visceral reaction, but like an internal visceral reaction of like just like memories, and just like the like I said, the urges are gone because like praise God, you know, I'm no longer addicted, and he broke those chains, but like the temptation is still there. And of course, like it's just like whatever, like I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to entertain it. But the fact that like I have a history with that stuff, and like it brings back memories of these things. Like scars of addiction are real, and they are deep. So yeah, absolutely.
So much for fiction having no effect on real life. Now, as usual in these videos, I want to debunk a few popular myths. But what about wholesome hentai? There isn't any such thing.
Dude.
All hentai depicts sex with the goal of inspiring lust in the viewer.
Yep.
If someone's addicted to vanilla porn, it doesn't change the fact that they're still addicted to porn and it's still negatively affecting their lives.
Yeah.
But it's just pixels. This is an obvious bad faith argument. Media of any kind is just pixels. Pixels are used to convey messages, and the substance of what's being portrayed is what matters. The effect it has on your mind doesn't magically disappear just because it's animated as opposed to being real life. Life is hard, just let people use their hentai. Life is hard, and hentai is one of the things that makes people's lives even worse. One of the final things worth saying about hentai is how it taints anime as a whole. Anime culture has the potential to be so much better than it currently is.
And also, no thanks to the people who constantly push for more sexualization in anime and all that. It's like I remember hearing
ruins it, man. Like,
because the anime art style is a very beautiful art style, and like absolutely, something beautiful can be destroyed by just companies trying to just focus solely on appealing to coomers and porn addicts and that crowd, and so it tanks the quality of the work. The same thing with manga as well. It tanks the quality of the work by focusing on the wrong things.
I agree. Absolutely. Like any type of just like ecchi or whatever in anime, or like just like suggested like themes or whatever, like it's a turn off. You know what I mean? Like it really is. It's just like it's so unnecessary to the story, and it doesn't add to it. It takes away. And so like when people are just like, oh, you know, like it's cultured or whatever, or it's just like, oh, you know, like it just adds to it. It's like, no, it doesn't, dude. You're blind. You are literally blind to what this is doing to you, and like it's sad.
Yep.
They assume the worst about it, it's usually because they think it's all hentai. A lot of people don't even realize that not all anime is pornographic or even sexual. Anime has gained a lot more popularity in the last decade, but even that hasn't caused this negative association to go away. And frankly, it's because anime culture hasn't earned a better reputation. A lot of anime fans have become, for lack of a better word, coomers. Popular anime YouTubers don't help this by shilling hentai and other porn in their videos. You've likely seen their half-naked clickbait thumbnails before.
But
much like the mutually destructive relationship between the coomer and the porn star, many anime YouTubers use hentai to attract their audience.
What's a coomer?
It's just another word for porn addict.
Oh, it's just it's another word for gooning or gooner.
If you care about anime, you should recognize that it could be doing so much better than this.
You looking for a fight with that sign? Franchising lollies, pedophilia? You really looking for a fight?
It is.
I'll draw this video to a close as
more
I
power to that woman. Absolutely.
The Tifa cosplayer is based.
Mind by offering some solutions to the hentai problem. The most important thing that you need to understand is that things don't have to be this way. We don't have to live like this. We don't have to live in a society where people are exposed to horrifying sexual images on a daily basis. The first solution is obvious. If you personally look at hentai, quit immediately. Save yourself
100%.
from the black
Stop
hole
gooning.
it's pulling you into. It's not too late. You have the strength to quit if you put your heart and mind into it. There are more stories online every single day of people who successfully kicked their porn and hentai habits. Starve hentai creators the money they gather from poisoning you and millions of other people. Now obviously, at the same time, individuals quitting isn't the only thing that needs to be done. Hentai has become a society-wide problem, and thus we need to address it at the society-wide level. Major social media companies need to be pressured to change their policies and to remove hentai content. Some people will claim this can't—
I know there's, like, every now and then, it's like, you have, like, people push to ban porn on X. I really want those, that to happen. I don't know why Elon doesn't try to, like, ban porn from the site. He says that
I don't know.
that he wants to, but it's like, oh, one thing prevents him from doing that. And it's just like, why don't you want to do anything about it?
Yeah, it's upsetting.
Can't be done, but it's already been done on websites like Instagram and Gab, both of which ban porn. Web service providers should also pull down hentai sites as well as other websites that continue to create and distribute it. But that's just in the private sector. Governments and voters can also act. Courts and laws must make it clear that hentai, especially in its worst forms, is not protected speech and can be banned. After all, for centuries free speech did not cover porn, and it was always understood that an individual's right to look at porn was trumped by the community's right to restrict it. To people who say that laws like this can't be enforced, I once again say that they already are being enforced. As we speak, many governments ban pornography and are quite effective.
That's the thing too, and the parentheticals in there, and were for most of human history. Like this proliferation of pornography is rather unusual, is extremely unusual, especially in the grand scheme of human history.
Effective at keeping it from going mainstream. Even we in America already enforce bans on child pornography. In the rare cases where someone gets it, they're thrown in prison and made an example out of. We merely need to expand that. Outlawing hentai should be part of a greater moral revival, where we take every measure in our power to get Western society back on track from the moral wasteland it's currently in. No solution here is perfect, but let's try our best to strive and achieve what those before us have failed to do. This has been Pax. Leave comments below letting me know your thoughts.
Alrighty, so what were your thoughts on all that?
Well, I mean, a good chunk of this, like I kind of realized and kind of knew, but it's, man, like what makes me, it's a mix of emotion, right? Like I'm sad, I'm angry, but it's like the whole, I definitely think we should ban hentai. It's not like, it does not contribute anything to society. It's insidious. It's just like porn. And what makes me upset is that, like, again, forgive my ignorance, I didn't really look into this myself, but like, didn't like Texas try to ban anime as a whole? Or something like that?
So it's in terms
I'm not
of,
keeping up with the news.
In terms of the Texas law, damn, I have to actually, I gotta rub more than 2 brain cells together for this one. It's been a little bit since I last thought about it, but basically, man,
That's okay. My point is,
I know what you're talking about vaguely.
right. My point is like, a lot of people don't, and it's like what was said in this video, like a lot of people who don't know anime cannot distinguish between anime and hentai. You know what I mean? And that makes me so sad, because you can't just get rid of a whole entire art form because of, the lows. You know what I mean? Because there are so many good highs, and like, I'm a huge weeb. You know what I mean? And so like the fact that there's just so much good like media in anime, right? And just like media in general, you don't ban all of media. You know what I mean? You've got to like separate some of the two. But something that also kind of makes me kind of like sad about that as well is there are some anime out there that like kind of blurs the lines, just like media, right? Just like media. And so it's like, where do you draw the line at? You know what I mean? I mean, well, we can start with just straight up hentai, just like, just get rid of it.
Just burn it. Burn it.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's really sad the grip that it has on the world.
Any final thoughts you have on the subject? I don't want to hold you hostage for much longer.
No, actually, final thoughts is one, make the decision to stop gooning. For those out there who are still gooning. And one, which should be two, but if you're not already in this, two, which should be one, is come to Christ. You know what I mean? Like, if you're struggling with this kind of stuff, dude, like, and you're not in the faith, like, and you want to quit, obviously, if you don't want to quit, that's a whole nother issue, and that's another problem. I can't help you there. But if you are not in the faith and you want to quit, come to Christ. He can do miracles. He can free you from these chains. He freed me, and it's
a lot of other people.
Absolutely. And it was the best decision that I've ever made in my entire life, and I'm free now. And it's something that is so crazy to me is just like, why would I want to, subject myself to like the rules of Christianity? And it's just like, no, dude, you don't understand. Try quitting porn and really see if you're free. You know what I mean? Really see if you try quitting lust and really see if you're free. Because I guarantee you, like, once you lust seems like freedom until you try to quit. And when you try to quit, then you understand that what you have are actually chains, and you're actually bounded by lust. And come to Christ, He can break those chains, and just stop gooning, man. Like use that time for more productive things, and furthering your life. Get married, like have a family, start a family, you know what I mean? Get married to one person, stay with them, you know what I mean? And yeah, man. But thank you for having me.
Hey, not a problem. It was great to have you on, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a lot of fun. Really appreciate it, man.
Well, chat with you later.
Yeah, you have a good one. Bye, chat. Take care.
Alrighty. We're gonna get back to the main stage here. Ooh. Thank you, Ghostish, for coming on to the show. Though honestly, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Of course, we have the regular cancellation for tonight. And we have quite the cancellation tonight. It's actually, well, I mean, I'm joking about the cancellation part. I'm based it off of Matt Walsh's daily cancellation, but yeah, not a problem, Ghostish, not a problem. It was great to have you on. Go take a look at his channel if you're interested in hearing the beats that he makes. Give him a sub. But in the meantime, we have so for our regular cancellation tonight, it's actually one. It's not exactly an easy one for me to make, but I think it's something. I feel like I have to do this. I thought about it, all things considered, and I figured that I should make a public statement on where I am with this person. Somebody who I thought was, you know, somebody decent who I wanted to collab with at one point. So it's not exactly easy for me to say that the tonight's cancellation is Akemi Karai. If you don't know who Akemi is, she is a VTuber, founder of the VTards group. She's been having it all started with this a few days ago, and I didn't want to say anything immediately. And it all started with a Discord ban. It seems like she got banned on Discord again, and basically she broke the rules for child safety, and her message was Jesus with his lowly waifu. One, that is blasphemy. Absolutely blasphemy. Because again, Jesus, the church is Christ's bride. He did not marry anyone because we are his children. We are God's children. So something like this is absolutely blasphemous. And Akemi, you are a Christian, so I do expect better of you. Granted, I'm not perfect. I'm not saying that I'm perfect or whatnot. I think, you know, we're all sinners. I'm just saying, I try not to, you know, not to blaspheme, like out of malice, like this, or even out of humor. I'm actually pretty careful, even in regards to saying something like, you know, our Lord has a sense of humor, or other stuff like that. I'm actively trying not to blaspheme. But this statement right here, it's like, I didn't find it very funny. I don't think a lot of Christians found it very funny. I also find it, as an Orthodox Christian, to be extremely blasphemous. And so I'd say that this ban is rightfully deserved. Even though it was just one of those day bans, I've had that happen to me before for even just posting my videos in a server. And you know, she replies with "fuck you, scumbag sellouts." And then, let's see, somebody replies with, "You got reported by somebody that saw the messages, FYI, not specifically Discord checking all messages." Yeah, probably somebody from the farms who infiltrated her server. Here, I'm gonna put on some music to kind of lighten the mood. Definitely not Mad World music. That's for sure. I'm gonna put on. I think we're gonna put on some Wario World music. Yeah. I think it's just to help lighten the mood. I don't want, like... Actually, no. We're gonna go with Nocturne music. That's more fitting. Anyways, yeah, she knows. She knows. The next one, you know, she's getting some pushback from both Christians and non-Christians alike. So this guy says deserve for liking children, and then Akemi, that's such a cope right there. Yeah, anime characters are real. Me and my waifu are getting married this Friday, actually. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work on me. It really doesn't. I mean, we went over why that doesn't work. And then he replies. I mean, he's kind of like the typical leftist in replying. I'm kind of glad I refrained from saying anything until now. Akemi, clearly, you are being influenced by some pretty dark forces, whether you think so or not, and you're clearly placing the influence of such darkness above the grace and mercy of Christ. Next one. Christian Kirby says, rare Discord W, and all Akemi can do is just say, you are retarded. Typical woman response, actually. Very, very much a woman mentality. And then, outing yourself as a pedo is crazy. And then, typical from a lolicon. The way you retards toss around pedophile accusations is going to have the same effect that tossing around Nazi accusations did. Not true. Not true. I don't think that anyone wants that, so you retards should probably stop doing that. Always be restrained, and when you feel strung and annoyed, angry by something on social media, don't respond immediately in heat, but take a few hours. Yeah, for me this was like a few days. But basically, Akemi's line of reasoning is like, oh, if you call lolicons pedophiles, I mean, hey, that's what that word means. Like, if, you know, according to reputable Japanese English lexicon translations, or slang translations, I mean. Basically, it's like, I'm sorry, Akemi. I'm sorry, but it's true. Lolicon is pedophilia. No ifs, ands, or buts at this point with me. So maybe, just maybe, consider what you're getting yourself into before proceeding with such a negative life choice as if it's a good thing. It's like what Ghost mentioned earlier. It's like you are willfully trying to put yourself in chains here. Let's see, Cody Cat VT. I'll probably give him a follow later. Deserved. You should be ashamed of this disgusting shit. Shut the fuck up, retard. Why do you follow me, you freak? A simple rebuke and a simple call out of this behavior it gets such a visceral reaction. It's not like and I think Cody makes a comment here later on. Let's see, it's this one. So Akemi then writes, I want somebody during her massive crash out, I want somebody to draw me as a loli hugging Adolf Hitler, please. And then he replies, this type of shit is just straight up transgender fetish behavior. Akemi, this is beneath you. So this is somebody who is like who liked her stuff, I should say. I'm one of those people too. And granted, I'm very much an edgelord too, but but I'm not saying it necessarily. Hold on, let me think. Like I certainly have my moral lines, so to speak. It's like some things are just, nah, that's too fucked. That's too fucked. But yeah, this is, I made the parallel in my lolicon video actually, that these people, that lolicons reason like shrooms. And Cody Cat is 100% correct here in calling out that exact same behavior. Let's go to the next screenshot here. Let's see, what's this? Nope, this one. So, Xerox says, Loli is wrong actually, justified. And then Akemi, again with the cope, I thought you were better than this. That's my opinion too. I thought you were better than this. It says, this retard can't separate fiction from reality. And then Anime Searcher says the person liking animation girls underage. You can't separate, and that's why you like anime kids. I don't think of a booger-eating kid when I see an anime loli because they don't even look remotely similar. What kind of fucking cope is that? Seriously, what kind of cope is that? Why draw that weird-ass line when the issue is, well, is the viewer? The viewer wants to sexualize, a minor. And then he gets a reply. you still think, I mean, it's broken English, but you still think of the character with emotions, which makes you unable to see the difference. You also have an attraction to kids. Also, that's a bit heavy right there. But at the same time, it's like, Kemi, I know you like younger guys, but I do find that to be rather unnatural. Keep in mind, I'm a guy who likes younger women, but that is at least natural. Obviously, for me, like, anything below 18 is a no-go. That's my policy. Let's see. Also, what kid do you know that's older than 5 and eats booger? You must live in the U.S. Yeah. He just has a writing disorder. And Akemi can't actually reason. She's not actually reasoning, even with somebody with broken English. Not showing the person much mercy. And I know I'm kind of similar with this when it comes to dealing with leftists. I think that's a little different, but still that's not an actual argue. You're not even trying to argue with this person. Like I could tell you lost interest in it in the argument a while back. Despite his broken English, at least this person is actually trying to argue. Next one, Daniel D. Larson. I like the name Daniel Larson. Funny. Get fucked. Jesus doesn't like lolis. And Akemi replies with, Lucy is a loli. No, Lucy is a child, or Lucy? I think it's Lucy. Lucy is a little girl in a raincoat. That's kawaii. She's not your lowly fan service fantasy. As someone with the surname Lucy, this is crazy. Stop LARPing as Christians already, for fuck's sake. And then she replies, lowly is not inherently sexual. Nope, wrong. You just gotta watch my video if you want to learn why it's innately sexual. And no, Lucy is not a loli. No, Lucy is a child. Bro, I know 90% of it is sexualized children, but promise me, bro, I'm not attracted to children. The jokes are just so funny. Like, don't you get it? She acts like a child, but it's actually of age? Like, that's so tradwife and based? And then, Akemi just replies with the same argument. That's not an argument, Akemi. Again, Daniel Larson, he won. Ironic, I know. Daniel Larson. Funny username aside. He won that. Akemi. In the past, when you've got into arguments with people, you actually were able to use logic and reasoning. I don't know what the fuck happened. I really don't know. I am being a little facetious, but I would suspect that this has something to do with it. Welcome to one of the darkest holes on the internet. Lord have mercy on you, Akemi. Lord have mercy on you. And then, of course, continuing this crash out, I want a bratty lowly model. Again, you're asking yourself for you're just asking for a pretty sexual model right there. Again, just watch my video if you want to understand the claims that I'm making in regards to why lowly is inherently sexual. You just gotta look at the origins of it. And then keeping on with the crash out, lowly cons are pedos, blah blah blah, keep sucking my dick. You're not arguing at all. You're just preaching to a choir of people with quite the impressive social proofing network. But at the same time, they're total fucking degenerates. They're such a vocal minority. They're really only prevalent on certain sites like X or Pixiv there's a few others. But for the most part, you venture beyond that. You venture beyond like that, and you're gonna get some serious pushback from people who actually have their heads screwed straight on their shoulders. And then next one, this is out of everything that we've read so far, right? Not the throne reminder, but this right here, a DM saying, "Can I goon to you?" And she just replies with, "Go for it." I don't think that's very Christian of you, Akemi. I really don't think that's the case. I don't think that's very Christian of you. Because I don't think any Christian should want porn of their character made. I know some people in the Christian VTubing scene, who were lewd tubers once. They're not anymore, and so they've changed their ways. So it's like, they have new rules to draw on their character, and if you don't respect that, well, expect a lawsuit. Fair enough. But this is such an inversion of what Christ wants us to, to do and to be. Being edgy is one thing. I'm quite the edgelord myself. That's not why Akemi is being canceled here. Akemi is being canceled, and I will no longer associate with her. Primarily because she and some of the new crowd of people she's associating with, like Elfin Psyop and like some other brown chick. I forget her name. She's irrelevant. Ironic as such a small VTuber like myself is, you could call me irrelevant as well, but anyways, it's like I don't think they have her best intentions at heart. I think Akemi's only doing this for just clout chasing and making that into a false idol. Worshipping the almighty click, the almighty light. I think her priorities are way off, and I think that and absolutely I will pray for Akemi. I absolutely will do that. It's not too late to turn around. It's not too late to admit that you're wrong. It's not too late to find a truly better crowd of people to associate with. Even if they are, they don't have to necessarily be like the most prim and proper Christians. Like they could be, again, some of the people I talk to online are also, edgy assholes who are also Christian. Like you just need to find a crowd of people who won't enable you to do whatever the fuck you want. That's not even getting into some of the stuff I've heard recently, but I don't want to gossip. I don't want to gossip. Gossiping is a sin. So this is stuff I heard on the grapevine. I can't and will not confirm or deny if it's true. So I'm just going to end this segment here. Akemi, I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, but you're canceled because, well, the behavior you showed these past few days and what you want to become is something I can no longer associate with or get along with. So that's why, Akemi, you're canceled. I canceled you. Anyways, let's go back to the main stage here. Oh my, let's see how long I've been going on for. Oh, wow. Almost like 4.5 hours. That's nutty. That's nutty. Oh man. I guess in more positive news, I'll give you guys a small update on the channel and what content is gonna gonna look like. So I was thinking, so I know I'm definitely gonna still be, I know I'm still gonna be streaming these next 2 weeks. I might actually, who knows, I might actually do a sequel to this stream next week, because there's definitely some things I wasn't able to cover, mainly because of time, but next week I think we could cover the remainder of what I wanted to cover. I know I just, for time's sake. And then next week after that, it's gonna be a different episode. And then I think tomorrow I'll announce the game, the next game that Scurvy Side Phil is gonna play. And then I think on the week of Halloween, I'm not gonna stream on Friday. I'm actually gonna be going out to the bars on Friday. On Halloween, I'm getting like a costume prepared and everything. But definitely expect a Scurvy Side Phil playthrough on the 30th of October. So that's kind of gonna be like my stream of that week. But anyways, I will catch you all next week. I'm probably gonna have another video somewhere down in the pipeline before Halloween. But anyways, I'll see you guys next week.